ശരിയാ കേൾക്കല്ലേ?
Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Om
Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Om Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram.
Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Om Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Om
Just now we had the flag hoisting. Probably many of us would not have heard the message. So we are now reproducing it again. Om Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Nowadays, there are different types of communication like speed post, email, mobile telephone, etc., etc., etc. But we don't require all these for communicating with God. All that is needed is to remember Him constantly. The flag reminds us of this ultimate goal, and by this act of hoisting the flag, we are communicating our commitment to raise ourselves to the higher plane so that we can reach the ultimate goal. The flag reminds us of this ultimate goal, and by this act of hoisting the flag, we are communicating our commitment to raise ourselves to the higher planes so that we can reach the ultimate goal. We have hoisted the flag today as a mark of our respect to beloved Papa. We once again, on this day, we once again remind ourselves as to how 100 years ago, on 27th December 1922, at 5 o'clock in the morning, he bade farewell to a world for which he had lost all attraction and in which he could find nothing to call his own. The body, the mind, the soul, all were laid at the feet of Ram, that eternal being, full of love, full of mercy. Beloved Papa later blossomed as a God-realized saint, spreading the message of universal love and service. The flag hoisting signifies the commitment to the ideal. In other words, a seeker should fix his supreme goal like the hoisted flag and be always conscious of it while doing sadhana. The flag hoisting signifies the commitment to the ideal. In other words, a seeker should fix his supreme goal like the hoisted flag and be always conscious of it while doing sadhana. So if we make a resolve today to do at least a fraction of expansion from me to we, as beloved Papa did, we would gain something of the joy and happiness which this flag hoisting signifies. So if we make a resolve today on this auspicious occasion to do at least a fraction of expansion from me to we, as beloved Papa did, we would gain something of that joy and happiness which the flag hoisting signifies. Om Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Being the Sanyas day, normally when sannyasis are received in the traditional manner, a shloka is chanted. This is called out from Sanyasa Suktam, reminding us for ultimate liberation and self-realization. So the words will appear on the screen and we will also hear the chanting.
न कर्मणा न प्रजया धनेन त्यागेनैके अमृतत्वमानशुः परेण नाकं निहितं गुहायां विभ्राजते तत्यतयो विशन्ति वेदान्तविज्ञानसुनिश्चितार्थाः सन्न्यासयोगात् यतयः शुद्धसत्त्वाः ते ब्रह्मलोके तु परान्तकाले परामृतात् परिमुच्यन्ति सर्वे दह्रं विपापं परमेष्मभूतं यत्पुण्डरीकं पुरमत्यसग्गस्तम् तत्रापि दह्रं गगनं विशोकस्तस्मिन् यदन्तस्तदुपासितव्यम् यो वेदादौ स्वरः प्रोक्तो वेदान्ते च प्रतिष्ठितः तस्य प्रकृतिलीनस्य यः परः स महेश्वरः ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः.
Once again, no sound. Not by work, nor by progeny, or by wealth, but by renunciation alone have some attained immortality. That immortality which is even beyond, which is even beyond the heaven, is attained by the self-controlled renunciates as the self shining in their heart. Those who make proper effort and whose minds are pure, who have well ascertained clear knowledge of Vedanta, because of a life of a sannyasa, they, at the time of the resolution of the individuality in Brahman, are all released from even the unmanifest karma. That which abides in the city of the body, in the lotus, which is the intellect, and in that small space, that which is free of all hurt and guilt, free from sorrow, and of nature of Parameshwara, should be meditated upon. The one who is the syllable Om, that is uttered at the beginning of the Veda, and is well established in the Upanishads, the one who is the cause, the truth of the causal principle, which is resolved in himself, he is the Lord Maheshwara. Now we will have Ashirvada Vajan by Param Pujya Mata Amritanandamayi.
പരമസ്വരൂപികളും ആത്മസ്വരൂപികളായിരിക്കുന്ന എല്ലാവർക്കും നമസ്കാരം. ദിവ്യവും പരിപൂർണമായ സത്ത തേടിയുള്ള അന്വേഷണമാണ് മനുഷ്യജീവിതം. ആ ദിവ്യതയുടെ പരമാനന്ദത്തെക്കുറിച്ചുള്ള നേരിയ ബോധം എല്ലാ മനുഷ്യരിലും ഉണ്ട്. ആ തേടിയുള്ള യാത്രയാണ് എല്ലാ മനുഷ്യരും നടത്തുന്നത്. അതിൽ ലയിക്കുന്നവരെ മനസ്സ് പ്രക്ഷുബ്ധമായിരിക്കും. എന്ത് നേടിയാലും എത്ര കിട്ടിയാലും സംതൃപ്തിയോ സമാധാനമോ ഉണ്ടാകില്ല. ആ അന്വേഷണത്തിൻ്റെ പൂർണ്ണതയിലെത്തിയ സന്യാസ ശ്രേഷ്ഠനാണ് സ്വാമി രാമദാസ്. ഈശ്വരനിൽ സർവാർപ്പണം ചെയ്ത ജീവിതമായിരുന്നു സ്വാമി രാമദാസിൻ്റെ. ഈശ്വരനിൽ പൂർണ്ണമായി ആശ്രയിച്ചാൽ അവിടുന്ന് എല്ലായ്പ്പോഴും നമ്മോടൊപ്പം ഉണ്ടാകും. യഥാർത്ഥ ഭക്തൻ്റെ യോഗവും ക്ഷമവും ഭഗവാൻ നോക്കിക്കൊള്ളും. അങ്ങനെയുള്ള ഭക്തന്മാർ സദാ ഭഗവാന്റെ അടുത്തിട്ടിരിക്കുന്ന പിഞ്ചു കുഞ്ഞിനെ പോലെയാണ്. കുഞ്ഞിന് ഇന്നലെയെന്നോ നാളെയെന്നോ ഇല്ല, ഈ നിമിഷം മാത്രമേ ഉള്ളൂ. ഒരു കുഞ്ഞിന് ലോകം അമ്മ മാത്രമാണ്. അമ്മയാണ് രക്ഷയും രക്ഷിതാവും. അതായിരുന്നു സ്വാമി രാമദാസിൻ്റെ മനോഭാവം. നാമജപത്തിൻ്റെ അതുല്യമായ ശക്തിയും പ്രാധാന്യവും ബോധ്യപ്പെടുത്തുന്നതാണ് സ്വാമി രാമദാസിൻ്റെ ജീവിതം. നാമജപം മനസ്സിൽ അടിഞ്ഞുകൂടിയിരിക്കുന്ന അനാവശ്യ ചിന്തകളെ ഇല്ലാതാക്കും. നമ്മളൊക്കെ വണ്ടിയിൽ കൂടി പോകുമ്പം വഴിയിലെ മതിൽ കാണും, വീടുകൾക്കുള്ള മതിൽ കാണും. അതിനകത്ത് എഴുതിയിരിക്കുന്ന കാണാം, പരസ്യം പതിക്കരുത്. ആ മതിലുകളിലൊന്നും പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് പരസ്യം കാണാറില്ല. അപ്പോൾ ഈ രണ്ട് വാക്കുകൊണ്ട് മറ്റായിരം കണക്കിനുള്ള അക്ഷരങ്ങളെ ഇല്ലാതാക്കി. അതുപോലാണ് മന്ത്രജപമെന്നല്ല നാമജപം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. മറ്റ് ചിന്തകൾക്ക് ശക്തി ഉണ്ടാകില്ല. നമ്മളിൽ അന്തർലമായിരിക്കുന്ന ഈശ്വരശക്തിയെ പൂർണ്ണമായും വീണ്ടെടുക്കാനുള്ള എളുപ്പമാർഗമാണ് മന്ത്രജപം. ഉദാഹരണത്തിന് തീയുടെ മുകളിൽ കുറേ ചാരം കിടക്കുന്നു, ഊതി ഊതി ആ ചാരത്തെ മാറ്റി പിന്നെ അത് തീ കത്തിക്കുന്ന പോലെ. നമ്മുടെ ഉള്ളിൽ ആ ഈശ്വരനുണ്ട്, തീ പോലെ. ഊതുക എന്ന് പറയുന്ന മന്ത്രജപം പോലാണ്. പിന്നെ ആ ബോധമണ്ഡലത്തിലേക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ സാധിക്കും നമ്മുടെ മനസ്സിനെ. ഈശ്വരാനുഭൂതിയുടെ പൂർണ്ണതയിൽ ഈ പ്രപഞ്ചം ഈശ്വരൻ്റെ പ്രത്യക്ഷ രൂപമാണെന്ന് നമുക്ക് ബോധ്യപ്പെടും. എവിടെയും ഈശ്വരചൈതന്യം മാത്രമാണുള്ളതെന്നും ഒന്നും തന്നിൽ നിന്ന് ഭിന്നമല്ലെന്നും അനുഭവവേദ്യമാകും. അങ്ങനെ നമ്മൾ വിശ്വഭ്രമം ഉടലെടുക്കും. ആ അനുഭവം ജീവിതത്തിൽ സ്വാമി രാമദാസ് കാണിച്ചു കൊടുത്തു, ജീവിച്ച് കാണിച്ചു കൊടുത്തു. സ്വാമി രാമദാസിനെ പറ്റി അമ്മ എന്തു പറയാനാണ്. പഞ്ചസാര കൊണ്ട് ഇട്ടിട്ട് ഇത് മധുരമെന്നൊരു ബോർഡ് വയ്ക്കേണ്ട ആവശ്യമില്ല. അദ്ദേഹം ജീവിച്ച് കാണിച്ചെന്ന പാത മറ്റുവർ പ്രവൃത്തിയിൽ കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ ശ്രമിക്കണം. നമ്മുടെ വിത്ത് മടി വെച്ചുകൊണ്ട് കിളിക്കണമെന്ന് ആഗ്രഹിച്ചാൽ അത് കിളിക്കില്ല, അത് നട്ടാലേ കിളിക്കുകയുള്ളൂ. അതുപോലാണ് ആ സമർപ്പണം. ആ ശരണാഗതി എന്ന് പറയാൻ അതുപോലാണ്. അഹങ്കാരത്തിന് തോട് പൊട്ടാതെ തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും മുള പുറത്ത് വരത്തില്ല. അപ്പോൾ ആ ശരണാഗതി കൂടി നമ്മുടെ അഹങ്കാരം പൂർണ്ണമായും മാറ്റാൻ സാധിക്കുകയുള്ളൂ. ഇപ്പോൾ കുചേലനായ കുബേരനാകും, സീറോ ആയ ഹീറോ ആകും. അതിൻ്റെ ഒരു മാതൃകയാണ് ജീവിച്ച് സ്വാമി രാമദാസ് കാണിച്ചു തന്നത്. ഇപ്പോൾ സൂര്യന് മെഴുകുതിരിയുടെ ആവശ്യമില്ല. ഈശ്വരൻ നമ്മുടെ നിന്നും വേണ്ട, മഹാത്മാക്കൾക്കും നമ്മുടെ നിന്നും വേണ്ട. പക്ഷേ അത് നമ്മുടെ ജീവിതത്തിൽ പകർത്തുക, നമ്മളും അതായിത്തീരുക. തത്വമസി എന്നുള്ള വാക്യത്തിലേക്ക് നമ്മൾ ഉണരണം, എഴുന്നേൽക്കണം. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ മറ്റുള്ളവർക്ക് മാതൃകയായിത്തീരും. ധർമ്മം ക്ഷയിച്ചു വരുന്ന കാലമാണിത്. മഹാത്മാക്കളുടെ സാന്നിധ്യവും ജീവിതവും അവരുടെ ഉപദേശങ്ങളും മാത്രമാണ് ഈ ഘട്ടത്തിൽ കുറച്ചെങ്കിലും താളലയം നിലനിർത്താൻ സാധിക്കുന്നത്. കർക്കരി പോയി കർക്കര വാരിയിലും നമ്മുടെ ദേഹത്ത് ആ പൊടി വന്ന് പിടിക്കും. പെർഫ്യൂം ഫാക്ടറി പോകുമ്പോൾ പെർഫ്യൂം ഫെർട്ടിയിലും നമ്മുടെ ദേഹത്ത് പിടിക്കും. അതേപോലെ മഹാത്മാക്കളുമായി സമ്പർക്കപ്പെടുന്ന ആരിലും ആത്മീയ ചൈതന്യത്തിന് സ്വാധീനം ഉണ്ടാകണം. പക്ഷേ ഹൃദയം തുറക്കണം എന്നേ ഉള്ളൂ. അവിടെ പാത്രം തുറന്നിരിക്കണം. എത്ര സാമീപ്യം ഉണ്ടായാലും ഹൃദയം തുറക്കണം. രാമൻ്റെ അടുത്ത് രാവണനുണ്ടായിരുന്നു, ഹനുമാനും ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ഹനുമാൻ എന്താണ് കാണിച്ചു കൊടുത്തത്? ആ ശരണാഗതിയോട് രാം 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 ജപിച്ച് മാത്രം ജപിച്ചു. ആ ഒരു നാമജപത്തിൽ ഭക്തന് ദാസനായി തീർന്നു ഭഗവാൻ. ആ ഒരു ഭാവത്തിലേക്ക് ഉണരാൻ സാധിക്കാം. അപ്പോൾ ആ ഹനുമൽ ഭാവം എല്ലാവരിലും ഉണ്ടായി ഉണരാൻ കഴിയട്ടെ. കൃപ എല്ലാവരെയും അതിന് അനുഗ്രഹിക്കട്ടെ.
Without sound, it can come. Without sound, it can come. Very powerful message by Amma. Amma bows down to all who are embodiments of pure love and supreme consciousness. Human life is a quest in search of the transcendental and absolute truth. Every human being, every human being has a small spark of understanding about the truth of the divinity. Every human life is a journey in search of that supreme knowledge. Until it merges into that goal, the mind will continue to be restless. Until then, whatever one may amass, what? Text. That is enough. That is enough. Amma's photo will be there. Yeah. Human life is a quest for the transcendental and absolute truth. Every human life.
That is only the gist.
Amma bows down to all who are embodiments of pure love and supreme consciousness. Human life is for the transcendental and absolute truth. Every human being has a small spark of understanding about the truth of the divinity within. Every human life is a journey in search of that supreme knowledge. Until it merges into the goal, the mind will continue to be restless. Until then, whatever one may amass, whatever one may achieve, they will not experience contentment. Swami Ramdas was a great sannyasi who attained the ultimate goal of that search. Swami Ramdas lived his life in complete surrender to God. God will be with us constantly if we depend upon Him completely. The Lord says that He will take care of the true devotees' yoga and kshema, providing what we lack and preserving what we have. Such devotees are like small babies sitting on God's lap. The baby does not have any sense of yesterday or tomorrow, only the present moment exists. The baby's entire world is the mother, and its mother alone. The baby's entire world is the mother and its mother alone. The mother is the refuge as well as the protector. This was indeed the attitude of Swami Ramdas. Swami Ramdas's life exemplifies the importance and infinite power inherent in chanting the Lord's name. Chanting the divine name sweeps from our mind the accumulated pile of thoughts. We often see compound walls with a single notice struck on them, "Stick no bills." Such walls often are the only ones without any advertisement or posters stuck to them. The three words, "Stick no bills," has the power to eliminate the thousands of words that otherwise would be stuck on the wall. Mantra japa, chanting the divine name, has a similar effect. It weakens the other thoughts in the mind. Mantra japa is an effortless path to recover and realize the divinity inherent within us. For example, to revive a dying fire covered with ash, we have to blow on the embers to remove the ash and restart the fire. Similarly, the embers of divinity are within us. Mantra japa is like blowing on those embers. When we do this, our mind can be awakened to the state of supreme awareness. In the state of God realization, we become aware that everything in the universe is a manifestation of the supreme consciousness. We realize that God consciousness is all that exists, everywhere and in everything, and that nothing is separate from us. In this way, universal love awakens within us. This was shown by Swami Ramdas through the example of his life. What can Amma say about Swami Ramdas? Is there any need to put a sign announcing sweet in front of a pile of sugar? It is up to others to adopt the path he lived and exemplified, and to bring it to the fruition of their lives. A seed will not sprout if we coddle it in our lap. It will only sprout if it is buried on the soil. Surrender is like this, Sharanagati, total acceptance. It cannot sprout in us without breaking the shell of the seed, the ego. When you become Kuchela, you become Kubera. When you become zero, you become a hero. This is what Swami Ramdas showed us as an example through his life. The sun does not need a candle to illumine its path. God needs nothing from us. But we should transcribe God's message into our life. We should try to become that as well. Tattvamasi. We have to awaken and rise up to the truth of these words. That is when we will become role model to others. We live in a time when dharma is declining in the world. During such difficult times, it is only the life, the presence and message of such great Mahatmas that maintain the universal harmony, at least to this extent. We live in a time when dharma is declining in the world. During such difficult times, it is only the life, presence, and message of such great Mahatmas that maintain the universal harmony, at least to this extent. If we visit a coal factory, our clothes will become stained with the charcoal dust. Even if we don't touch any coal, on the other hand, if we visit a perfume factory, our clothes will become pervaded with perfume, even if we have not handled the perfume. In a similar way, anyone who has spent time with a Mahatma will experience the influence of their spiritual pull. The only requirement for this is that one's heart should be open. No matter how physically close one may be to a Mahatma, one's heart must be open to the influence by him. Both Ravana and Hanuman were around Sri Ram. What did Hanuman do? Hanuman chanted Ram's name with complete surrender. In that Namajapa, Bhagavan became the servant of his devotee. It is this attitude that we have to awaken. May everyone be able to awaken this Hanuman-like attitude. May the grace of Paramatma bless everyone to attain this. Very, very, very powerful, simple, profound message for all of us. Now we request Param Pujya Swami Padmanabhanji to bless us on this occasion.
Shri Gurubhyo Namaha Harihi Om Om Gungurubhyo Namaha Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha Om Aim Saraswatyai Namaha Om Gananam Tva Ganapatigum Havamahe Kavim Kavinam Upamashravattamam Jeshtarajam Brahmanam Brahmanaspata Anashrinvanudibisi Dasadanam Om Shri Mahaganapataye Namaha Om Namah Shivaya Gurave Satchidananda Murtaye Nishprapanchaya Shantaya Niralambaya Tejase Om Yasyatma Bhudasya Guru Prasadat Aham Vimuktosmi Samsara Bandhat Sarvopadeshtu Shivananda Murtehe Mardvakriyukmam Pranadosmi Nityam Dayasindum Dina Bandhum Shastrartha Bodhana Patum Maskarindra Varam Navami Sri Chidananda Sadgurum Om Praninam Dukkha Hartaru Jnanadu Bhuvana Muktayem Shivananda Chidanando Ashraye Guru Sattamo Om Shantatmanam Pranada Sulabham सिद्धविद्याप्रभावं भास्वद्रूपं सुगुणनिलयं दस्तकर्मादिवर्गं प्रज्ञावृत्तं निजसमदृशं तारदं त्यागिवद्यं साक्षात् ईशं मम गुरुवरं शिवानन्दं नतोऽस्मि शिवानन्दं नतोऽस्मि ॐ श्री राम जय जय राम ओम 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 जय ओम श्री राम जय जय राम 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 ओम
श्री राम जय जय राम श्री राम जय जय राम श्री राम जय जय राम.
I pray to Puja Papa on this most holy day, his Sanyas day, to bless us all so that we will reach the highest goal in this life itself. This is my prayer on this holy day to Papa, Mataji and Puja Swamiji. Hari Om. Today is the Centenary, that is 100th Sanyas Day, birth centenary of, Sanyas Diksha centenary of Papa. And I am very happy to be here. And my mind is full of emotions. So on this holy day, let us contemplate on what Papa wants us to do, what the sannyas of Papa, what it means to us. The message of the Gurus will not be understood by the Shishya unless he identifies with the Guru. In our Shastras we have got instances to say that the great masters have imparted knowledge to the students. Also we come across with great masters who don't teach the students, but somehow they impart that knowledge. And there are Dikshas like that. Just to look at them, the knowledge is passed on. So it is called the Chakshushi Diksha. They give an example. Meenakshi, they say, Meenakshi, Lord, the Mother Meenakshi at Madurai temple. So normal meaning they conceive that the eye of the mother will be like a fish, Meenakshi. That is not a complete truth. Meenakshi has got a different meaning actually. The fish lays egg. The mother fish will have hundreds and thousands of babies. The mother fish will be swimming. The babies will also swim along with the mother. And the fish, the bigger fish will eat the smaller fish. The bigger fish will open the mouth and swim. At that time, so many other fishes will go into the mouth. Other insects other thing, whatever is food will go into the mouth. So the mother fish will not be able to take care of all the 100,000 children. It will just look like this and keep on swimming. So just by the look, the mother fish protects the children. Likewise, the gurus will have a compassionate glance, and thereby they. So that is called Chakshushi Diksha. Just by looking at someone, you have blessed him. The gurus will bless you by just looking. So even Shankaracharya's case is also it is like that. Todakacharya was not a very brilliant person. All the others, Padmabhatacharya and they were all very brilliant. So one day they even told, what is the use of waiting for that fellow? We will start the class. Then Shankaracharya thought about him and looked at him. Then he got the Diksha. Then he comes with a beautiful sloka containing all the Vedanta. So that is called the Chakshushi Diksha. Sometimes they give an Upadesha. Manasika, that is Diksha by words. So they give instructions, they tell you, Upadesha they give. So some very few people can really receive that actually. In some other case, they just think about them. The Guru thinks about it. It's called Manasika Diksha. So the Guru thinks, this poor fellow, he has surrendered unto me. So he is blessed. And some cases they put their hand. It is called Hastamastaka Diksha. Why I say this? Because the message of the Guru will not be understood by many of the students. It will be understood only by those who identify with him. And there is a sloka like this. Ishwaro Guru Atmedi Murti Bheda Vibhagine Vyomavat Vyapta Dehaya Dakshina Murtaye Namaha. Ishwara Guru Atmedi. Ishwara, Guru, and Atma means self, yourself. Murti Bheda. One Murti only appears as Ishwara, and that itself appears as Guru, and that itself is the Shishya. The Shishya, Guru, and Ishwara are identical, should become identical. The Guru has realized God, so he is identical with the Bhagavan. God and Guru are non-different. The Shishya should identify with the Guru. You should not consider that he is something different from me. Your devotion should be such that you should not feel your independent existence. You should become one with him. Whatever he thinks, you should be able to think. Sometimes you say, you have pulled out the words from my mouth, they say. Likewise, whatever going on in the Guru, that he should be able to understand that. That identity should be there. Only then we will be able to understand the message. So that is why the need for surrender comes. Puja Mataji has told us the need for surrender. Once you surrender totally and annihilate your ego, I don't have an independent existence. It is you and you alone. If that attitude is there, then only the message will be understood. They reveal the message into your mind. It is not actually told actually. The message is revealed. Even in the Bhagavad also. Tene Brahma Hridaya Adi Kavaye. So, Bhagavan revealed the knowledge in the mind of Brahma. So then Brahma revealed the same way. So the Guru, out of his compassion, when he feels you are fit, eligible to receive the message, then he reveals the message into your mind. Because whatever we study, the Shastras, then Upanishad itself says it is all sound only. It is all sound. You will not understand anything. We try to analyze it, a lot of logics are there. All these logics will only break your head. What is required, that you will not know. So if a proper attitude comes, if there is the Dasa Bhava, why Papa used the name Rama Dasa? Something else, Rama would have been enough, or something else also. Dasa Bhava is there. So Dasa Bhava is actually total surrender actually. It is especially in the Vaishnava Sampradaya, it is. Manasmareta Asupater Gunamste Grihita Karma. So they form the Dasa Bhava. So Papa has surrendered himself. He got that knowledge directly from Ramchandra. So we also should surrender like that. So with an attitude of surrender, with an attitude that I can't understand much, I have neither I have the eligibility nor have the competence to follow the instructions. Please help me, please take me by hand. So such an attitude, with that attitude we should approach. That is very much required in spiritual life. With an attitude of total surrender. I do not know anything. Please help me. Please take me by hand. So on this, especially on this day, on this Papa's 100th Sanyas day, we make a fervent prayer. Papa, please take me by hand. I can't understand much, nor I can do any of those things. Left to myself, please bless me. Like that, with that attitude, we should approach him. With that bhava, I will speak something, I will say something. The Upadesha of all great masters, the Shastras masters, and Papa says that your aspiration, your inner aspiration is to realize God. And that God is your Antaratma. So Bhagavan is your Antaratma. And we have to accept it. You are divine, that is the message. The first message is, you are divine. The Sanyas Diksha also, the Upadesha is, you are that. Tattvamasi is the Upadesha mantra. Thou art that. You are divine. So it is being told repeatedly. Number of times they will tell you, then finally you say yes. So you are divine is the mantra. So something, because thoughts are not coming properly. So although they say that you are that, so we hear that but we will forget it actually. Why we forget means because we will not be able to continuously think that I am that. I am that, I am full. I don't need anything. If that bhava is there, that is what is called sannyas actually. What is our problem? Our problem is we always feel that we are incomplete. We are not full. There is want actually. There is want actually. Something, we lack something, that feeling is there. Something is lacking. So in order to make us complete, although we are complete, there is a problem that we feel we are incomplete. So there is an interesting story also. when we were in the womb of the mother, we know that we are full. I am that. I don't need anything. And we have memory of the past birth. In the past birth, I did all the wrong things. Now, this time when I am born again, I will not do any of these things. That thought is there, and you know that you are full. I am complete. I don't need anything. I have accomplished everything. That thought is there. But somehow, when you are born, you are inflicted with amnesia. You know, there is a disease called amnesia, forgetfulness. Pramada, they call it as. This Shankaracharya in his Viveka Chudamani says, Pramado vai mrityu. Pramada means, not Tamil Pramada means different meaning. Here Pramada means forgetfulness. You have forgotten your nature. That is because of the amnesia. When the mother delivers the baby, the child undergoes a head injury. So because of that, it forgets. It comes in the Bhagavad and it comes in the Upanishad also, Garbha Upanishad. That's what Upanishad is there. So we have forgotten our real nature. That is why we have a feeling that I am incomplete. So when we feel that we are incomplete, then naturally I want this to make myself complete. You add that. First you want to study, and then when you are studying you want to get rank, then you get rank, then you want to get a good job, then you want to get, I want to get married, I want to get son. Keep on that. Every time you achieve something, then again you find that something is wanting, something is lacking, something is lacking. So never you feel that you are complete. I have accomplished everything. The last word in the Bible, the last word told by Jesus Christ is everything accomplished. So never in our life we will feel that I have accomplished everything. Only when you realize God, you will have that feeling, I have achieved everything, nothing more to achieve. Usually in ashrams, people come to us, then how are you, everything okay, Swamiji, children, my son settled here, my daughter settled there, everything they will say fine. But after some time, but Swamiji, this problem is there, that problem is there, some other problem they will say. First they say everything is okay, and then after 2 minutes, they will add this problem is there, that problem is there. So we are always having problem. When it will end? 100 years. Even at the age of 80 there will be a problem, 90 there will be a problem. Health is not there, this is not there, that is not there. So we never feel that we have accomplished everything. That sense of want that is there in us. That is why we are going out actually. All our outer activities is to make us full, and we never feel full. But in deep sleep, we are perfectly happy, nothing is required. If something is there in the deep sleep, it is a disturbance. So Bhagavan has given us the deep sleep experience to know that when your mind is not functioning, then you feel you are complete, that you are in a state of bliss actually. And Bhagavan has also given the experience of dream. In the dream, we find something is happening. So all those happenings you have created. You have created the space, you have created the sun, you have created the space where you have to do the activities, you are interacting with someone. All these things, suppose if you are traveling, you go by train or flight or all those aircraft, everything you have created. So in the dream, all creations are made by us. As God creates, you have also created. And when we wake up, we know that it was false. So the dream experience Bhagavan has given to us to understand that this waking experience is also like a dream only. It is a bigger dream. And the deep sleep experience Bhagavan has given to us to understand that when the mind is not functioning, you are in a state of bliss. And in the waking experience, our mind is wandering to make us complete, to achieve something so that we will feel we are full. So never you will accomplish anything as long as the mind is going out. Because Mataji told, when sugar is there is no need to put a board that it is sweet. Likewise, we are accomplished everything, there is nothing to achieve. Our nature is Ananda. So the sense organs are going out and mind is creating this problem. And to stop that, it is not possible because the mind has to control the mind. I will control my mind. Who says that? So somebody has given an example, the policeman himself is a thief. Then what will happen? How will he find out? So you are entrusting this job to concentrate on Bhagavan. Hey, mind you, concentrate, don't go out. Yes, I am going to concentrate. Take a big resolve. I will not do any of these things. The next moment, tomorrow I can do, today we will escape. So the mind will not be able to restrain the sense organs, and the mind cannot restrain itself. So that is why Mataji also told the Nama Japa is to engage the mind so that it will not move. Constant repetition of Bhagavan's name is the only way to control the mind. Constant repetition of Bhagavan's name. That's why Papa has told us. So many people have told us. The Bhagavad there is a sloka. Kaler doshanidhe rajan asti eko mahan gunaha kirtana deva krishnasya bhukta sangha param varjet. Kalehe doshanidhe rajan. In this Kali Yuga there are so many defects are there. Asti eko mahan gunaha. There are so many flaws here, but there is one great thing is there. Asti eko mahan guna. What is it? Kirtana deva krishnasya mukta sangha param bhajet. By chanting Bhagavan's name alone, you can control the mind, you will achieve the highest. So Papa's instruction is that chant the Ram Nam is chanting of Ram Nam is that. And Papa has given in the Sanyas that day itself he writes that all the time, all the way, the divine name was in my lips. When he started on from Mangalore, all the way from Mangalore till he reached, then there he writes all the way, all the time, all the way, from Mangalore to this point of time, the divine name was there in my lips. So continuously, although he was engaged in activities, meeting a friend, he is getting into train, boarding the train from Erode to Trichy. But Papa says that all the time, all through this journey, the divine name Ram was in my lips. So constant repetition of Bhagavan's name, constant remembrance of Bhagavan. That is the method to control the mind. Otherwise, mind will never be controlled. Any amount of study, any amount of yogic exercises, this, that, all these things will not be possible. Otherwise, some Mahatma should bless you. He will have compassion and then the knowledge will dawn. So once we achieve that, then the two aspects are there. That is, one is that I am that, you are divine. I am that, I am divine. That aspect is, first it is understood actually. Then when we react with the world outside, when we come out of that, then we are acting in the world outside world, our interaction with the world outside. There, this idea should be there. That's why Papa puts it as the outer activity should be compatible with the inner aspiration. So when we act outside actually, so for that, first we have to feel that the world is God. The world is God. So one is, the first thing is constant remembrance of God. Then Gurudev puts it as spiritualize all your activities. So that is feeling the world is God. So the first Namavali in Vishnu Sahasranama, do you know what it is? Anybody know? Vishwam. So the first Namavali is Vishwasmai Namaha. Vishwasmai Namaha means Bhagavan is, the world is Bhagavan. You are the world, the entire cosmos. Whatever I see here, that is you. Wherever I see, it is you. That is the first. All other things are Krishna, Govinda, Rama, all comes later. First is Vishwam, Vishnur, Vashatkara, Vishwam, Vishwasmai Namaha, Vishnave Namaha, Vashatkaraya Namaha. Vishwasmai Namaha means you are the world, the entire cosmos, whatever I see here. The trees, the plants, the leper, the beggar, the saint, all are Bhagavad Swarupa only. So feel the presence of God here. So continuously we have to think that we are interacting with God here. And this is all in our customs, in our rituals, it is all there, but we don't understand it. So people come and prostrate to us. Not because we are sadhus, otherwise also we will prostrate. So we are prostrating to sadhus. We are doing puja to small boys, Kumara puja. And we used to do puja for the Dambatis, Dambati puja. You know all these things? Puja will be done for Dambatis, puja will be done for Kumara, people, would be a Brahmin. So whosoever comes for Shraddha, they will wash his feet. The Brahmin who comes for food, the Shraddha day, his feet will be washed and they will made to be. Then Vasurudra Aditya Surupai Idamasanam. Then they consider that you are Vasurudra Aditya Bhagavad Surupa, you please sit here. Then this is your asana, this is the water for your washing feet, this is the water for your. So Bhagavan, we are giving all these things. So we consider the Brahmin to be a Bhagavan, we consider the child to be Bhagavan, we consider the lady to be Bhagavan, Mataji is to be Bhagavan, the Pitaji is to Bhagavan. So everything in the rituals also, we are being trained to look upon God. God in all these things actually. So the presence of God has to be felt here. Without that, realization will not come. You cannot locate Bhagavan in the temple. If you locate Bhagavan in the temple, it is okay. It is preliminary, basic thing. But that you should expand that from the temple, from the bounds of temple, it should expand to the whole world actually. Even in the temples also, the Bhagavan has to be, the Pratishtha has to be done. The Pratishtha is done from taking from here only. It is called Pratishtha has to be done here. The Prana Pratishtha. Suppose if you are doing a Bhagavad Seva or something is being done, then we have to invoke Bhagavan in that lamp. For that you have to do the Prana Pratishtha. Avahito bhava, sthapito bhava, sannihito bhava. Then you have to bring that Bhagavan there. So we bring Bhagavan in that lamp, in that picture, in that book. So the presence of God. So one is the constant remembrance of God. And the second is the feeling the presence of God in the world outside, and then when you are interacting with them, accordingly you have to interact. You are interacting with Bhagavan. Whatever activity we do, you are interacting with Bhagavan. Small thing also we should be like that. So everything has got a place here. So Swami Chidanji Maharaj likes to watch one story. It's a biblical story, or not a biblical story, it's a story from the West actually. So there was one person called Lawrence. He was not a father, he was only a brother, lower order. Not like our sannyasis like that, he is a lower order, lower level. So he was brother Lawrence. He was not very intelligent, so he was not promoted. He was remaining as a brother only for quite some time, and then he was doing some service in the kitchen. So once he felt, I am so dull, I am not very brilliant, I am not able to rise up to the other levels. So but somehow he thought that, somehow an idea came in his mind that I will find God here. So he started practicing that God is everywhere. Then there was one Mother Superior. She used to go to that bishop for counseling and other things. So whenever she comes near this kitchen where this Lawrence is there, she found a lot of peace. And many occasions she noticed. Then she asked Lawrence once, Lawrence, it seems whenever I come near you, I find so much peace. What practice you are doing? He thought, when I say something, it will create problem. No, I am not doing anything. No. There is something you are practicing which is very effective, very vital. I would like to know what it is. You tell me the truth. Then he says, I feel the presence of God here. Wherever I see the presence of God. Practice of the Presence of God by Brother Lawrence. It's a small book, 40 pages. You have got it here. Practice of the Presence of God, a small book, maybe 40, 50 pages. So this concept is not very common to them. They locate God in some place actually. So this is not very common actually. Some people believe it. A lot of people believe, but not all. So the presence of God has to be felt everywhere. So you should see that whomsoever you meet, whatever be it, then you should feel that it is Bhagavan only. That was the reason Papa did not react to any situation. Somebody hurt you, somebody scolded you, something which is not acceptable to us happens. You endure. Why do you endure? Out of fear you can endure. Out of love you can endure. That fellow, poor fellow, he doesn't know. You can endure. You can also endure. Bhagavan himself is doing this. So Papa endured all these things with joy, with a smile, because he could feel the presence of God in that instant. Ram is doing like that. Bhagavan is doing that way. So these are the two things we should cultivate actually. On this holy day, Sanyas day, the real practice is, these two are the real practice. Study of scriptures and chanting, other things are okay. But these are the two real practices which all seekers have to do. It's a must. One is, whenever you are free, you should start thinking. Papa also says this, Mataji also has said some places. So constant remembrance of God. It is not possible in the initial stage. So Gurudev says like this, start the day with God. As you get up, you are free. So in the bed itself, remain some time and chant Bhagavan's name. Remember him for few minutes. Start the day with God. And when you end the day, then also you are free. So as soon as you get up, you are free. Afterwards, only commitment comes. All right, after 5 minutes, I will consider now. I have got up. You have got up after 5 minutes only. Then time will be there. Think that you are still sleeping, and 5 more minutes you take, or 10 minutes you take. So start the day with God, and then similarly, when you end the day, when you go to sleep, then also you think the God for some time. Start the day with God, end the day with God. And then he says, fill the day with God. Then whenever you are free, then think about Bhagavan and keep on increasing this time. One day, Gurudev told somebody comes, ask them, someone comes. Gurudev will sing a song actually. So Vani Bai came. When Vani Bai came, Gurudev used to sing, Vani Saraswati Vagdevi. He will sing. Somebody comes, Ramchandra means Ramachandra Ra Ra Ra. Something he will sing like this. So then somebody asked, why Gurudev was singing? No. Otherwise we will forget Bhagavan's name. So while we are doing all the activities, we should keep on remembering him. So all these prayers we make, when somebody is going, they will make a prayer. Then Sri Ram Jai Jai Ram, then Prasad will be given. So these we are doing for our sake, not for their sake, he said. Although we tell them that the prayer, we are doing prayer for you, the prayer is for us, he said. So the constant remembrance of God is not possible normally. So start the day with God and end the day with God. And whenever an opportunity comes, little you add. And fill the day with God. So these are the 3 practices we have to do. One is constant remembrance of God. And the second is feel the presence of God here. Whenever you are reacting with someone, think that Bhagavan is in that form, Bhagavan is Ram has come in that form. What Papa has done, we have to exactly do the same way. So if Bhagavan is in front of us, how we will react to the situation, how we will handle that situation. This very same way we have to handle it. And then spiritualize all the activities actually. So all the activities should be rooted through the Dharma also. One example I gave you. How far we are observing these rules, how far we are committed to Dharma. So once what happened, one person, Swami Chidananda Maharaj, came from a long tour. So he wanted to go and meet him. So he went there. He was waiting for him. All have met and gone. Then last man he went, and so he was thinking, I don't want to disturb others. I will go last. Perfectly okay. He went last man, and when he met, he gave him some tulsi leaves to Swamiji. Because Swamiji likes tulsi leaves, tulsi plant. So Swamiji was very happy and then kept it in his pocket. Then after some time, after 1 hour of when they were leisurely speaking, then he asked whether you brought these tulsi leaves from your home. No, Swamiji, I am staying in such a house. From there I got it. Acha, very good. Then he asked whether you have taken their permission to pluck these leaves from their plant. Swamiji, I did not ask. Sorry, Swamiji. Okay. Then after some time he asked whether did you ask the permission of the plant to pluck it? You are plucking the one leaf from that plant. Whether you ask the permission of the plant to pluck it, whether you got the permission of the owner of the plant, the householder, whether you ask his permission, that is first. Then whether you have asked the permission of that plant. Why? Why this is told? Because, you see, in our Shastras these are all mentioned. The Brahmins need the kusha grass for all rituals. The kusha grass, when they pluck the kusha grass, they have to make a prayer to the kusha grass. they tell them, they go there, and only on a particular day they can do it, not every day. So that particular day they go there and stand before the grass plant, the kusha grass, the darba, and then make a prayer. I am going to cut you. I need your service. I need you. For all the rituals I need you. Kindly permit me to cut you. Then they say to that plant, I will cut it in such a way, leaving the roots as it is, sod as it is, so that you will sprout from the above. There is a mantra, Kandat, Kandat Prarogandi. From every sod, every sprout, you will come back again. So I will not uproot the whole thing, but I will leave the sods there it is and pluck, so that you will sprout again like that. So Swamiji remembers this and asked him whether you have got the permission of the plant to pluck it. Why I say this? Because as we begin to practice the presence of God here, as you progress, when your commitment increases, when you are really becoming more and more feeling the presence of God here, it will open up more and more. Spiritual life, the path is not opened actually, it is closed. As you apply, keep on knocking, it opens little, only it will open. It will not open all of a sudden fully. It requires a lot of pain. You have to, effort from our side. You have to undergo a lot of pain actually. So, it will open up slowly only. So, as you commit yourself more and more, then it opens up. So, what is needed is actually a total commitment actually. A total commitment. Initially to start with constant remembrance of God. Papa puts it as constant japa of God. Let thy name be ever on our lips. Swami Shivanji Maharaj says, let thy name be ever on our lips. Let me sing thy glories. And then in commitment to feeling the presence of God here. And then our commitment. With all these things, with the blessings of the masters, we will be able to achieve it on this holy day. I once again make a fervent request to Papa to bless us all. Hari Om Tat Sat.
Om Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Sundar, Bhagavant He Jagadata. Puja Swamiji was highlighting about the need to remember him, no? So this particular bhajan highlights some technique by which we can remember him. Simple words. Ram used to go. Washroom. Ye Jagadata Vishwa Vidata Ye Sukha Shanti Niketan
He Sukh Shanti Niketan hai.
He Sukha Shanti Niketan
प्रेम के सिंधु दीन के बंधु प्रेम के सिंधु दीन के बंधु दरिद्र विनाशन है, दुख दरिद्र विनाशन है।
हे जगदाता विश्व विधाता, हे जगदाता विश्व विधाता, हे सुख शांति निकेतन है,
हे सुख शांति निकेतन है। नित्य अखंड अनंत अनादि, नित्य अखंड अनंत अनादि, नित्य अखंड अनंत अनादि, नित्य अखंड अनंत अनादि, अनंत अनादि, अनंत अनादि। पूर्ण ब्रह्म सनातन है, पूर्ण ब्रह्म सनातन है। जगदाश्रय जगपति जगवंदन, जगदाश्रय जगपति जगवंदन, जग आश्रय जगपति जगवंदन। अनुपम लख निरंजन है, अनुपम लख निरंजन है। हे जगदाता विश्व विधाता, हे जगदाता विश्व विधाता, हे सुख शांति निकेतन है, हे सुख शांति निकेतन है, हे सुख शांति निकेतन है। प्राण सखा त्रिभुवन परिपालक, प्राण सखा त्रिभुवन परिपालक, प्राण सखा त्रिभुवन परिपालक, प्राण सखा त्रिभुवन परिपालक। जीवन के अवलंबन है, जीवन के अवलंबन है। प्राण सखा त्रिभुवन परिपालक, प्राण सखा त्रिभुवन परिपालक। जीवन के अवलंबन है, जीवन के अवलंबन है। जगदाश्रय जगपति जगवंदन, जगदाश्रय जगपति जगवंदन। अनुपम लख निरंजन है, अनुपम लख निरंजन है। ओम श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम।
ओम श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम।
ओम श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम।
ओम श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम।
ओम श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम।
ओम श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम।
ओम श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम।
ओम श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम।
ओम श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम।
ओम श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम।
ओम श्री Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram He Jagadata Vishwa Vidata He Sukh Shanti Niketan
Hari Om. Whatever Puja Swamiji wanted to convey, it has been. We are reminded by this bhajan also. Wanted the fullness, fullness is inside. Ye Sukha Shanti Niketan hai. You are there at the complete. There is no insufficiency, there is no incompleteness. Make me aware of this. This treasure is you have given me, but I am unaware of it. Why don't you please make me aware of this? On this most auspicious occasion. Why do we say auspicious occasion? Because that was the day on which he was prompted to leave everything and place himself, in his own language, flinging himself. He threw himself out, purely at the mercy, only on the support of his Ram. And because of that, so many things had happened. We are all sitting here. Not because we want to highlight the personal aspect. What an ideal he placed before us to be scaled. Yesterday we were reading what was his message at the time of inauguration of this ashram. He said the ideal of the ashram is to spread universal love and service based upon the vision of divinity in everybody. And for that he gave us a method called Nam Dhyan Seva. The journey from 1922 to 2022. Up to 63 he was in body. Even after dropping his body, he continues to inspire us, to make us feel his presence. In this connection, we remember, normally our tendency is to concentrate upon the form. That is the natural tendency in all of us. When we meet a saint and when we are inspired, naturally our concentration will be on that form. We derive a lot of joy out of it. But after some time, we have been asked by the same form to go beyond the form, which aspect we unknowingly, conveniently forget. Beloved Papa's presence is not only confined to the bhajan hall or Homa Mandir. He is not only all-pervasive in this holy Anandashram, but it lives and moves in and through us. We carry his presence when we adhere to truthfulness. We carry his presence when we are kind, considerate, compassionate. We carry his presence when we refuse to swerve even 1 inch from the path of purity. We carry his presence vibrantly, dynamically, forcefully when we live our life in a divine manner, with determination, humble intention, firm resolve, and all sincerity and earnestness. When we are trying to pursue a divine way of living in thought, word, and action, we are manifesting beloved Papa. This is the importance, the transformation that took place 100 years ago. Vittal Rao to Ramdas and Ramdas to Swami Ramdas, and then beloved Papa Swami Ramdas. We thought, it's separate, outside. No. When we are trying to pursue a divine way of living in thought, word and action, we are manifesting beloved Papa. We are a vibrant center of that which the world knows as beloved Papa, Swami Ramdas. We become a lamp through which his light shines. We become the vessel to hold the living waters of his spirituality, his sublime spiritual teachings. Let us not therefore confine beloved Papa Swami Ramdas to the Bhajan Hall, Homa Mandir or Ananda Ashram. Make ourselves a vehicle of his living presence, so that by our life others also become awake and illumined. They feel his divine presence through our life, and their life is also divinized. We move among this world of men as the candle imparting our light to anyone whom God brings us in contact with. Mataji used to say, omnipresent Papa's ashram means the whole universe. It is to enable us to learn this that this ashram was established by beloved Papa. So on this day, when we are outwardly we are telling, Sanyas day, but what is needed is to have this Papa consciousness within us. So we are praying to him. Unknowingly we were limiting you to the form, to ashram. Whenever it is connected with ashram, we say, oh, it's Papa's ashram. But Papa has been universal in all his aspects. Cosmic reality, That aspect we have forgotten. On this day we are being reminded. That is why Swami Chidanji Maharaj drafted this and brought Gurudev's feeling like this. So we have substituted beloved Papa. That's again. Chennai devotees, when they came here, Papa was having his satsang here under this peepal tree every day. Swami Krishan Swamiji Maharaj used to note down the talks of Papa, the question answer. So a group of Chennai devotees came and told Papa, somebody can see God only in photos. And they explained. Every 10 days or 15 days they have a usual satsang in Chennai, Perambur. One person used to lead the bhajan. They place Papa Mataji's photo and the program starts. After that Ramnam will be there. They have some routine. So they were telling to Papa, one day it so happened the person who used to lead the bhajan was not there. So they requested somebody else who can sing well to lead the bhajan. Immediately he said, I want God's photo there. Then only I can sing. So immediately they searched everywhere. They couldn't find, excepting one calendar, Ananda Vikaran calendar, where Lord Muruga's photo was there. So they took their calendar and placed there. And the bhajan started. It was very nice. After the program was over, he told and said, I did not want to wound your sentiments, but this is the practice I have. That is why I said, please don't get offended. So they were telling Papa, people can see God only in photos. Immediately Papa asked, what did you do? You placed Papa Mataji's photo, he wanted somebody else's photo. Whereas, this is the word, that is why we remember this again and again and again and again. Whereas Papa Mataji is in everybody's heart, God is in everybody's heart, you are in everybody's heart. We used to revere his form, but do we apply it? Papa Mataji is in everybody's heart, God is in everybody's heart, you are in everybody's heart. You have put Papa Mataji in a frame, that's what he said bluntly. Fetish. then there he also said, the sense of otherness sets limit to the illimitable. Sense of otherness sets limit to the illimitable. The moment we feel separate. So that is why this particular way of presentation was prompted. Beloved Papa's presence is not only confined to the bhajan hall or home mandir, is not only all-pervasive in this holy Ananda Ashram, but it lives and moves in and through us. Papa Mataji is in everybody's heart, God is in everybody's heart, you are in everybody's heart. We carry His presence when we adhere to truthfulness. We carry His presence when we are kind, considerate, compassionate. This is a solemn commitment, you know. We carry His presence when we refuse to swerve even 1 inch from the path of purity. We carry His presence vibrantly, dynamically, forcefully when we live our life in a divine manner with determination, humble intention, firm resolve, and all sincerity and earnestness. When we are trying to pursue a divine way of living in thought, word, and action, we are manifesting Papa. This day, 1922, when God made him to become beloved Papa Swami Ramdas, we are trying to pursue when we are trying to pursue a divine way of living in thought, word, and action, we are manifesting beloved Papa. We are a vibrant center of that which the world knows as beloved Papa Swami Ramdas. Tremendous responsibility for all of us. It's a solemn commitment on our part. We will try to live up to as much as possible. Give us the strength, courage, the state of mind, the commitment on our part to live up to what is expected of us. And what is expected of us? He says, inner sadhana and outer life. If you want to advance, these are the words of Papa, if you want to advance on the spiritual path, your heart must be soft. And whenever you find suffering, you must see that the suffering is removed as far as it is within your power to do so. Their prayers will be heard by God. Otherwise, their prayers cannot be called sincere, therefore will not be heard at all. Once again, we will go through. If you want to advance on the spiritual path, your heart must be soft, and whenever you find suffering, whenever and wherever you find suffering, you must see that the suffering is removed as far as it is within your power to do so. For this, you must expand your vision and melt your heart in God. You must do such services out of pure love and compassion. Then only you can go near God. Until you lose yourself in His consciousness and feel His presence always with you, you have to be very strict about spiritual practices and must see that whatever you do is conducive to your spiritual progress. This is what the great teachers have taught us. Our outer life should be compatible with our inner aspiration, which means there must be a coordination between the outer work and the inner aspiration. Some people think of God, meditate on Him, pray to Him, but they do not try to relieve the distress of others. Side by side with their spiritual discipline, they must engage themselves in activities to help those who are in distress. They must have patience, kindness, forgiveness. If they develop these qualities, their prayers will be heard by God. Otherwise, their prayers cannot be called sincere and therefore will not be heard at all. So on this very important day, when we remember Him with all our gratitude, prior to coming in touch with you in different Mahatmas form, we were not aware that God is within us. Because right from our childhood, we were offering our worship to deities outside us. We were feeling happy. We were having our own spiritual discipline or religious discipline. But later on, when we were drawn by Mahatmas, including you made us aware that God is within, and the purpose of our life is to realize His presence within first and then without. You also taught us that this human birth is a rare privilege. Durlabam trayamevai tadu, in Vivek Chudamani. Devanugraha hetukam manishyatvam mumukshatvam mahavurusha samshaya. You gave us this wonderful opportunity to have a human birth. And the desire to know about you, the desire to become one with you. And also you facilitated the company of evolved souls. And then, if it was not given, I would not have known at all. But at the same time, you wanted me to hold on to it. I tried. Still my mind goes outside for God. It is never coming back, in spite of decades of practice. Still, I find the Guru out, I find God out. Whereas you keep on hammering this, that God and Guru are one, and God and Guru are within, and you always depend upon the Guru within for your guidance. It did not. But on this day, you have reminded us in very strong words that our spiritual life is not diverged from. That means our common run of life. We don't become insensitive to the needs and sufferings of our co-creation. In fact, God Himself has provided a field for us. If the field is not there, how will we know that we are compassionate? If somebody has done something wrong and if we don't pardon him, how will we know that? All these fields for our service are provided by Him, so that we come to realize that He is within, He is within, He is within. Now kindly make us aware of all these. You made us to know, you made us to hear. When you are compassionate, you play the part of God. When you are forgiving, you play the part of God. When you are loving, you play the part of God. All these things we have understood verbally, textually. And you have also we have been providing fields also. Now today we request you, all these things you have brought within our attention, kindly make it a reality in my life. You gave us this initiation, the holy and all-powerful mantra initiation. And you keep on hammering this, that if we chant the name with total faith and devotion, and if our outer life are compatible with the inner aspiration, our spiritual progress will be faster. Still, though we have been chanting it for decades, the presence of God inside is not at all felt. So today we pray to you. We all will take an initiation from you now again. It is an initiation not as a ritual. It is a rededication to the ideal which you have placed before us. Because Nama is the link between us and God. So you have said that the easy way to connect ourselves with Him is to hold on to the name. Of course, holding on to the name with the right perspective, with the right connection, with the right concept. We remember your words that one must have the right concept of God before one takes up this. Because the mind will not be able to fix on anything else if we are not clear about the ideal. Chanting will be going on, mind will be going on elsewhere. It is not because that we want the mind to go. The mind needs something to prop, something to hold on to it. And in his case, he was talking about attributes of God. So it was a meditative chanting. It is not merely a chanting. The chanting which is interspersed with meditation on his attributes. So chanting is going on, at the same time dwelling on the attributes. We are unable to do it. So today, you are offering us an opportunity again to take the initiation in the truest sense. Truest sense means connecting ourselves with the indwelling reality. For that, we will hear your own words and we will follow your own words. This was recorded 65, 70 years back. Naturally, the limitation is there. It may not be 100% clear. So the text will be now displayed, and when we read and reread the text, and then when we hear Papa's, we will be actually following Papa's words. So that nothing becomes ritual, nothing becomes superficial, nothing becomes textual or academic. So we request all of you to kindly concentrate on what he wanted to share, and then later on we will close our eyes and again we will hear Papa's voice, and then at the end of the talk, when he gives the mantra, we will repeat the mantra. Again, we want to make it very, very clear that this should percolate into our mind. It should not become a ritual. With an ardent prayer to him, that I must know the very purpose of chanting the mantra. You say it is a link between me and him who is within me and without me. So somehow make me to connect myself with the indwelling reality. It is for that purpose you are now facilitating for this mass initiation. So let us first go through the text. Ramdas can tell you this much, that from the very time he started repeating the name, he began to feel the sweetness of it. So he used to pray to God. He does not want anything else, only he wants your name. Let your name be ever on his tongue. Please sit down, please sit down, please. Ramdas can tell you this much, that from the very time he started repeating the name, he began to feel the sweetness of it. So he used to pray to God. He does not want anything else, only he wants your name. Let your name be ever on his tongue. It is because it is so sweet. So it proved to be not a means, but an end in itself. It's not a means to an end, but an end in itself. This is the wonder about the name which he is repeating. It depends upon the repeater, of course. Unless we are free from the low passions of the heart, we cannot taste the sweetness of the name. To Papa it was sweet. Why it is not, in spite of my chanting for decades, I still don't find the sweetness? He gives the answer. It is because of the low passions of the heart. Unless we are free from the low passions of the heart, we cannot taste the sweetness of the name. Sugar is sweet. By nature it is sweet. It can never be bitter. So the name is by nature sweet. But when this sweet sugar is put in the mouth of a man who is having some kind of fever, he finds the taste not sweet but bitter. Sugar is sweet. By nature it is sweet. It can never be bitter. So the name is by nature sweet. But when the sweet sugar is put in the mouth of a man who is having some kind of fever, he finds the taste not sweet but bitter. He throws it away. That shows the man is diseased. When we are diseased with low desires, this name does not taste sweet to us. So we must go to a doctor who can cure us of that disease. That doctor is the Guru, who by his very presence removes our disease and desires and gives us this nectarian name. And you find that instant it is sweet, and sweetness comes to you as long as you are going on repeating the name until at last you become sweetness itself. Not merely the taster of the sweetness, but sweetness itself. The doctor is the Guru who, by his presence, removes our disease and desires and gives us this nectarian name. And you find that instant it is sweet, and sweetness comes to you as long as you are going on repeating the name until at last you become sweetness itself. Not merely the taster of the sweetness, but sweetness itself. So you drink and drink and drink the name until the drinker and the drinker become one. Ramdas will chant the mantra given to him by the Guru, word after word. Will you kindly join him? What you are individually doing, you can go on doing it. For the present occasion, we shall all repeat Ram Nam and enjoy the bliss of it. These are the words which normally, when somebody is prompted to take initiation, we will play this, and then Papas will initiate us with Ram Nam. He will say Om, then we repeat Om, say Ram, Sri, Ram, Ram, Jai, Ram. Like that, no? Om Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. 3 times he will make us to repeat. To make him know that we got it right, we repeat 3 times. And this time, many of us would have already got this initiation, but this time the initiation has got a special significance. It is on the very important auspicious Sanyas day of our beloved Papa. Previously, when we were initiated, probably we would not have been prepared our mind. When we sow a seed on the soil, if it is not loosened, if it is not mixed with manure, if sufficient quantity of water is not there, it will not sprout. Even if it sprouts, it will die immediately. So we are now trying to make our mind cultivable, receptive. And again, Papa, now he tried through us for 2 decades, 3 decades, 4 decades, But still we were not able to. Today he is now asking us, prepare your mind. so that the seed of Ramnam is going to be sown. And just because we sow the seed, it will not. Even if it sprouts, it has to be nurtured. Watering should be done, manuring should be done, various cultural operations have to be conducted to ensure that it sprouts and it becomes a seedling, from seedling to a plant, and then flowering, then the fruition, then the harvest. Those who are familiar with the agricultural field operation, they can easily understand. But all these preparations have to be made, otherwise sowing the seed alone will not produce the desired result, which we know from our own experience. So today, we have, over these years, he has made our mind not very rough. It has become loosened. He has given us the needed bhakti part, the manure part, the watering part, and now when we have sufficiently prepared the ground, now he is trying to sow the seeds of Ramnam in our mind. With that bhavana, we will hear his words and take the holy and all-powerful mantra, word after word, and then we will repeat 3 times. Only audio. We will all close our eyes. The text has been read out to us. We will be able to easily now follow Papa's words. Hari Om. We will bring Papa before us, the form, and feel that we are sitting before him and he is giving us the mantra directly to us.
Why? But he repeated as he was repeating during the time when you were longing to know God, to realize God. But even then he can tell you this much: from the very time he started repeating the name, he began to feel the sweetness of it. So he used to pray to God. He does not want anything else. Only he wants your name. No, he doesn't want to see you. Let your name be ever on this tongue. It's because he found it so very sweet. And so it proved to be not a means to an end, but an end in itself. This is the wonder about that name repeating, because it depends upon the repeater, of course, and not merely, because unless we are free from the low passions of the heart, we cannot find the sweetness of the name. You see, sugar is sweet. By nature it is sweet. It can never be bitter. So name is by nature sweet. It can never be bitter. But when this sugar, sweet sugar, is put in the mouth of a man who is having some kind of fever, he finds the taste not sweet but bitter. He throws it away. That shows, you see, the man is deceived. The sugar is sweet. So when we are deceived with the low desires, the name does not taste sweet to us. So we must go to a doctor who can cure us of our that disease. Doctor is the Guru, who by his presence removes our disease of desires and gives us this nectar name, and we find that instant, you see, it is sweet, and the sweetness continues as long as you are going on repeating the name until at last you become sweetness itself. Not merely the taster of the sweetness, but the sweetness itself. And so you drink and drink and drink the name until the drinker and the drink become one. Us will chant the mantra given to him by the Guru, word after word. Will you kindly join him? For that you are individually doing, you can go on doing this. For the present occasion, we shall always repeat Ramnam and enjoy the bliss of it. Sri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram, Sri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai
Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram, Om Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Musical wife, but he
Hari Om, Om Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. So the commitment has been concretized today. When we have taken the mantra initiation, we are praying to him at the same time to bless us with the right mental attitude, the persevering attitude, and also to a commitment to the ideal. Ideal shown by him by his very life and teachings. Today one more activity was planned, but later on we dropped it. Just like mantra initiation, if every one of us can practice to originate our own prayer, then we thought practically it may not be possible, but still, this is another clue Papa has given. As we said the other day, he said 4 steps. One is the nearness, to feel his nearness. The second is to feel his presence within. The third is to feel his presence in all. And the fourth is to become one with him. So to develop the first stage of nearness, prayer is one method. Nama is one method. Another method is this prayer should be written in our own. So far we have been repeating the prayer composed by everybody to give us some guidance. But we have not still started praying. There have been many instances in many devotees' lives when the prayer come from the bottom of their heart, it was heard, for which a little bit of training is necessary. We don't have to stand on any protocols, any formalities. Just like a child's language is understood by the mother, it doesn't have to bother whether it is grammatically right or wrong, or the diction is right or wrong, or the modulation is right or wrong, that the mother can understand. So similarly, the indwelling Lord who gave us a human birth, who has been providing everything right from the start, right from the stage of our bijam, seed, up to this moment, does he not know what is needed? But he has given us a sense of freedom by which we can pray to him. And our language will be definitely understood because he is the one who is giving us the language. So in our own language, we start. One devotee was passing through severest struggle. And then he used to write long letters every day. Keep it before Papa's photo. Long, persevering. Not that one day you write and next day you... No. Whether the fulfillment or the non-fulfillment is there, he kept on writing. And he had the feeling that it was heard. One more incident we would like to share. We had been to Tamil Nadu once We don't exactly remember, somewhere near Tirunelveli or somewhere. We were taken to an ashram dedicated to Bhagavan Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, Sharadamani Devi and Swami Vivekananda. So when we went there, a lot of people were there, we shared some thoughts, and then we were taken round. The manager said, please, the compound. There we found exactly like the Holy Mother's house, Jairambati, yeah, Jairambati. Exactly that thatched shed with a mud wall. And there we saw a beautiful, inspiring photo of Holy Mother. When we prostrated and got up, suddenly we saw a letterbox. So we asked him, what's the letterbox? Then he said, many devotees come, they are subjected to go through many challenges, trying situations, and they find totally helpless. Whatever God has provided from outside, they have tried. Still there was no answer to their problem. So they write letters to Holy Mother. Mother will not ignore, na? Even if the entire world ignores, the Mother will not ignore. So they write a letter, put it in the letterbox. And what he told us later, really it was touching. He said the moment they place the letter in the letterbox, they are satisfied. No matter what happens later, because their mind says, Mother knows now. And Mother do what is necessary for us. She may even still continue to test us, but we know. Previously we were not aware. Only we and the problem was there. Now the Mother is there in between. She may have her own reasons, but at the same time, she is with me. She has come into the scene to take care of me, guide me. And once in a month or something like that, they take out those letters and then offer it to again Bhagavan. Nobody will read. Wonderful, an easy way to communicate with him. When the link between us and him is stabilized, concretized, cemented, through these simple methods. So we thought of giving paper and pencil and request everybody to write and keep it with them, no? Not with anybody. One more example, yes. It was sometime about 10 or 15 years ago, we had a camp in Bombay. That hill, another? Matharan, yeah. It was a camp for children. So on the last day, last but one day or something, the organizer whispered into our ears that all of them are good, but they don't recognize their parents. The relevance, they don't respect. They have always complained, grumblings, they have not given this, they have not given that. Is there any method? Then we said, we will try now. So we immediately, there were only 30 children, so we gave them a writing pad, paper and a pen. And we told them, we explained about Mother, first. God gave us a direct experience of the suffering of our mother in her last delivery. We were in a village area, not accessible to main road, no vehicle, no telephone. You can just imagine. She developed the labor pain, and then somehow that which has to push the baby, it got ruptured, and she was screaming. So night, father tried with some homeopathy medicine. It did give some relief, but it was terrible. Screaming was going on. So at about 5 o'clock in the morning, father asked, you go to the nearest, there is a place called Meenangadi, and you go to Varghese. He has got a jeep, and take the jeep and go to Ambalavar. There's another place. There is one doctor, he's a government doctor. You bring him. So 5 o'clock, we started running towards this 2.5 miles, through 3 to 4 kilometers. And when we reached this particular person, He was coming out to brush his teeth and we told him, Then he said, there is no driver. When he saw our body language, he said, wait, I will come. So immediately then we rushed up to the doctor, who is 16 kilometers away, and brought him back. And by the time we reached, it was already 11 o'clock. Mother had almost fainted. He immediately went in. When we went to the doctor, so many patients were sitting. So we barged into his room. We were young, 14 years old, 14, 15 years old. So then we explained. The doctor immediately said, young man, wait for a few minutes. I will dispose them. In 10 minutes I will start. And on those days, nobody else is there. A big chest will be there. He has to put everything, forceps, chloroform, so many things. Cotton. Nothing will be available in a village area, no? And then in 10 minutes we started, reached. By the time we reached, it was 11 o'clock. 5 o'clock in the morning we left. By the time she had fainted. So he went in, examined, and came out and told father. We were all anxiously looking up to him. He said, either of them I will try to save them. And he went inside. For 3-4 hours, we don't know. When he came out, he said, mother is safe. And then his whole body was in blood, and the shirt, everything was in blood. He was very cheerful, he was very positive. We cannot remember, we cannot forget this. We cannot forget the face of the Dr. Radhan. Calm, serene. And then we gave him something. I don't think we have given him any fees also, but he was dropped back. In the evening, when chloroform, there was a risk involved. Many people don't recover from chloroform. By about 6 o'clock, everybody was tense. 6 o'clock, she opened her eyes. First she asked, where is the child? When she was told the child is no more, mind you, it was her 9th child. She cried like a baby, as if she had only one child. That was the 9th child, but still the same feeling. When we narrated this to the students in the Matharan camp, and then we told them, write a letter to your mother. We gave them 10, 15, 20 minutes. They wrote. We asked them one by one to come and read it out. Everybody will come, but by the time they are before the mic, they started crying. They gave the letters to us. Many tried. Sharanya, you remember? She said, I will read. But then, no. I tried to read. I couldn't. Because what they have written, we never knew that you suffered so much to bring us out. We never knew that for the next, after our delivery, for the next 3-4 years, we were harassing you. We never allowed you to sleep. We never allowed you to have your food. But you still did not complain. You did not curse us. We did not know that. Forgetting all that, we started complaining about you. Mummy, you should forgive. We will not hereafter do that. It was a wonderful experience, I tell you. Wonderful experience. It must have happened in 10, 15 years back, Still it is so fresh in our mind, it has touched our heart. The power of writing, The power of writing our own words, the feeling that we express in our own words, it has got its tremendous power. So that is why Papa keeps on insisting about writing in your prayer originated. So we wanted, but then we thought it may not be practically possible. But at the same time, we request. This is the prompting Papa has given to all of us. Let us all try to learn to write these prayers, self-originated prayers. Anything else? We are coming to a very important stage in the morning session on this auspicious day. Many of us may be trying in their own way, to have a glimpse of the substratum, the glimpse of the core of our being. So first we will read it out, prepare our mind. Then we will try to go through that. Otherwise, you will be opening your eyes to see the words, and later on you will close and only hear the words. That will be the real inward journey. And these have been culled out from beloved Papa's words of wisdom, Gurudev Swami Shivanandaji's words of wisdom. We are combined together. Now we will just read it out. Please sit down. This is highly subjective. Least disturbance, it will take us away from the theme. First we will read it out. Energy. Right. Take it. Silence. Papa says, bhajan must lead you into silence. Silence not mere orally, but mentally. That stage of silence you must reach soon, without going on making noises all the life. Bhajan must lead you into silence. Silence not merely orally, but mentally. That stage of silence you must reach soon, without going on making noises all the life. Utterance of God's name is to make the mind ultimately still, free from all thoughts. In the stillness it is that you know and realize God. Utterance of God's name is to make the mind ultimately still, free from all thoughts. In the stillness it is that you know and realize God. Out of silence, tremendous forces are released. Wonders are worked. Learn to be silent. It is not merely outer silence, but inner silence. Silence of the mind. Out of silence, tremendous forces are released. Wonders are worked. Learn to be silent. It is not merely outer silence, but inner silence, silence of the mind. When we recede into the depths of silence within us, we arrive at the true basis of our life. We discover that from this source, all life and manifestation have come forth in their amazing variety. We recede into the depths of silence within us, we arrive at the true basis of our life. We discover that from this source, all life and manifestation have come forth in their amazing variety and multiplicity. It is at this source that we discover the eternal fountain of peace and joy. It is at this source that we discover the eternal fountain of peace and joy. Until an individual gets the vision of this fundamental existence, he will be simply groping on the surface and therefore in the dark, in pursuit of vain and evanescent things, believing that these can yield him the true peace and happiness which his soul hungers for. Until an individual gets the vision of this fundamental existence, this eternal fountain, within us. He will be simply groping on the surface and therefore in the dark, in pursuit of vain and evanescent things, believing that these can yield him the true peace and happiness which his soul hungers for. He is beyond our comprehension. Therefore, silence is he. Silence is Brahman. The self does not require silence. It is always silent. He is beyond our comprehension. Therefore, silence is he. Silence is Brahman. The self does not require silence. It is always silent. Swami Shivananda Maharaj says, purify the mind and meditate. Be still and know that you are God. Calm the mind. Purify the mind and meditate. Be still and know that you are God. Calm the mind. Silence the bubbling thoughts and surging emotions. Plunge deep into the innermost recess of your heart. God or Brahman is silence, supreme silence. Soul is silence. Peace is silence. Atman is silence. Silence the bubbling thoughts and surging emotions. Plunge deep into the innermost recess of your heart. God or Brahman is supreme silence. Soul is silence. Peace is silence. Atman is silence. Silence is the language of Brahman. Silence is the language of the heart. Silence is the language of the sage. Silence is immense strength. Silence is great eloquence. Silence is the language of Brahman. Silence is the language of the heart. Silence is the language of the sage. Silence is immense strength. Silence is great eloquence. Silence is God. Silence is the substratum for this body, mind, prana, senses. Silence is the background for the sense universe. Silence is power. Silence is a living force. Silence is the only reality. Silence is God. Silence is the substratum for this body, mind, prana, senses. Silence is the background for the sense universe. Silence is power. Silence is a living force. Silence is the only reality. The peace that passeth all understanding is silence. The goal of your life is silence. The aim of your life is silence. The purpose of your existence is silence. Behind all noises and sound is silence, the innermost soul. The peace that passeth all understanding is silence. The goal of your life is silence. The aim of your life is silence. The purpose of your existence is silence. Behind all noises and sounds is silence, the innermost soul. Silence is thy real name. Silence is intuitive experience. Silence helps the intuitional self to express itself. Mysterious is this silence. To go into silence is to become God. Silence is thy real name. Silence is intuitive experience. Silence helps the intuitional self to express itself. Mysterious is this silence. To go into silence is to become God. Enter into silence. Know the silence. Enjoy the magnanimous silence. Enter into silence. Know the silence. Enjoy the magnanimous silence. Become silence itself. Become silence itself. Realize God now and here. Realize God now and here. Now, we will try for a inward journey with these words. So we request everybody to close their eyes and hear the words, travel with the theme, and get a glimpse of what is pointed out to us. Everybody may close. You can put it. Bhajan must lead you into silence. Silence, not merely orally, but mentally. That stage of silence you must reach soon without going on making noises all the life. Utterance of God's name is to make the mind ultimately still, free from all thoughts. In the stillness it is that you know and realize God. Out of silence, tremendous forces are released, wonders are worked. Learn to be silent. It is not merely outer silence, but inner silence, silence of the mind. When we recede into the depths of silence within us, we arrive at the true basis of our life. We discover that from this source, all life and manifestation have come forth in their amazing variety and multiplicity. It is at this source we discover the eternal fountain of peace and joy. Until an individual gets the vision of this fundamental existence, he will be simply groping on the surface and therefore in the dark, in pursuit of vain and evanescent things, believing that these can yield him the true peace and happiness which his soul hungers for. He is beyond our comprehension. Therefore, silence is He. Silence is Brahman. The self does not require silence. He is always silent. Purify the mind and meditate. Be still and know that you are God. Calm the mind. Silence the bubbling thoughts and surging emotions. Plunge deep into the innermost recess of your heart. God or Brahman is supreme silence. Soul is silence. Peace is silence. Atman is silence. Silence is the language of Brahman. Silence is the language of the heart. Silence is the language of the sage. Silence is immense strength. Silence is great eloquence. Silence is God. Silence is the substratum for this body, mind, prana, senses. Silence is the background for the sense universe. Silence is power. Silence is a living force. Silence is the only reality. The peace that passeth all understanding is silence. The goal of your life is silence. The aim of your life is silence. The purpose of your existence is silence. Behind all noises and sounds is silence. Thy innermost soul. Silence is thy real name. Silence is intuitive experience. Silence helps the intuitional self to express itself. Mysterious is this silence. To go into silence is to become God. Enter into silence. Know the silence. Enjoy the magnanimous silence. Become silence itself. Realize God now and here. Om Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. We pray to Papa. Today you took our sense of individuality to your seat of existence. Kindly make us aware of it. Every word that you made us to hear should reiterate my commitment to become one with you. Hari Om. So today being the Sanyas day, we shall have the Ram Nam. In this Ram Nam, the advantage is just know what we have been prompted to enjoy, the gap between two words, the gap between two sounds. We can try to become aware of it while the chanting goes on. We will become aware of the witness consciousness also. Sarvadi Sakshi Bodham. The chanting is being realized, the chanting is being heard, the chanting is being known. By whom? No? So that witness consciousness, with all that background, for the next half an hour, we will have Ram Nam in a slow tune, Mantra Rupa, and then we will attend the Arati, reaffirming that the light is, we are trying to light the light within, which is symbolically represented as the Arati, so that if it is kept aflame, we will be able to feel your presence. And ultimately, in our prayer, you made us to remember that wherever I see, wherever I place my head, it should be nothing but you and you alone. So with that, we will now have Ram Nam. In the afternoon session, 3:30 when it will start, Sri Krishna Ji's special bhajan will be there for half an hour. And then we start the program. Today's whole program should be intense, absolutely intense. So because this is the real take-home message for all of us. Hari Om. Yes.
Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram.
Sri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Om 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 Sri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Om Sri 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 Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram.
Om Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Om Sri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Yagrama. Om Sri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Om Sri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Om Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Om Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Om Sri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Om Sri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Om Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Om 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 Sri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Om Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Prayer for world peace. Adorable Presence, Thou who art within and without, above and below and all around, Thou who art interpenetrating the very cells of our beings, Thou who art the eye of our eyes, the ear of our ears, the heart of our hearts, the mind of our minds, the breath of our breaths, the life of our lives, and the soul of our souls. Bless us, dear God, to be aware of Thy presence now and here. This is all that we ask of Thee. May all of us be aware of Thy presence in the east and the west, in the north and the south. May peace and goodwill abide among individuals as well as communities and nations. This is our earnest prayer. May peace be unto all. Om Tat Sat Om. Om Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. O beginningless and endless Param Puja Papa, you are all pervading. You have manifested as the entire universe and you reside in everything. We pray for your blessings, for the eradication of all conflicts and fights in all parts of the world, and for the bestowal of peace and happiness on one and all, within and without. Universal prayer of Papa, no need to repeat, but what is essentially required is to travel with the theme. O Lord of the universe, O Creator, Protector and Destroyer of the world, I come in all humility to thy holy feet and surrender myself entirely to thee. Deign to bless me ever with thy remembrance. O merciful divine Master, give me strength, purity and peace. Thou art absolute power, omniscient and omnipresent. Thou art seated in the hearts of all. Thou art all purity, all goodness and all love. Thou art a veritable ocean of peace and bliss. Thou art the lover of thy devotees, refuge of the helpless, Redeemer and Savior of those who resign themselves to thee. Make me dedicate my life to thee and to thy service. By thy grace, may peace and joy always dwell in my heart. Thou art mother, master, friend and all to me. Accept me as thy child and servant. Grant me power to love thee with all my heart. Let whatever I do be a fitting offering at thy holy feet. Make me pure in thought, word and deed. I lay my mind at thy feet. Fill it always with thy remembrance. Let thy glorious light illumine my heart. O sustainer of the world, O kind and compassionate Lord of Lords, give me the divine vision so that I may behold thee in all, as all. Make me ever feel thy constant fellowship. May my life be guided and controlled by thee. Thy presence be ever with me, in me, and everywhere around me. I beg of thee. I prostrate before thee. Hearken to this heartfelt prayer of mine. Make me thine and thine only, for ever and ever. Make me thine and thine only, for ever and ever. Make me thine and thine only, for ever and ever. Om Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram.
Shri Ram Jaya Ram Jaya Jaya Ram. Shri Ram Jaya Ram Jaya Jaya Ram. Shri Ram Jaya Ram Jaya Jaya Ram. Shri Ram Jaya Ram Jaya Jaya. Prabhu Vishwanatha असे निर्मिता तू जगत पालका नाश करता तसा तुझ्या पुण्यपादी अतीनम आलो सदा सर्व भावे समर्पित स्मृती ही तुझी अंतरियावसा दयाळा प्रभू दिव्य रूपादिवंत मला शक्ती पावी प्रशांती सुध असे वास तुझा प्रभो सर्व ठाई असे प्रीती पवित्र कल्याणम असे सत्य तुष्ट स्वानंद सिंधू असे भक्त प्रेमी असे दीनबंधू तुला अर्पिती आपुले सर्व तया उद्धरीसी अति प्रेम तुझी पाद सेवा अनन्य कराया समर्पोनी घे मला देवराम तुझ्याची कृपेने मदीयांतराम सदा शांती नादो प्रमोद असे तुझी माता असे तुझी स्वामी असे मित्र तुझी मला सर्वरा मला अंगीकारी तुझ्या बालभा तुझ्या पाऊली दास मातेक तुझ्या जीवरी प्रेम भारी कराय भरी अंतरा करी कृत्य बीज असेची घडा समर्पावया त्वत्पदीयोग्य करी सर्व भावे मला तू विशुद्ध आचारी विचारी तसे वागिषु असे वागिलो मदी मी मना भरावे तू आमची सदा तुझ्या दिव्य रूपे प्रकाशित व्हावे मदीयांतरी सर्व जगत पालका सर्व देवादि दयाळा प्रभो पूर्ण कारुण्य मला दिव्य दृष्टी तुझी नित्य देही तुझे रूप जीने दिसे सर्वथा तुझ्या संगतीच्या मला भाववा तू आणखी मला मार्गही दाखवा तुझे नित्य सानिध्य मत संगती मदीयांतरी सर्व ठाई तुला याची तो बंधुनी दास नित्य प्रभो ऐकही प्रार्थना तू मदीय आशा जाणुनी उत्कंठ भावा तुझ्या आणि देवा तुझ्याची कर तुझ्या आणि देवा तुझ्याची कर तुझ्या आणि देवा तुझ्याची करा तुझ्या आणि श्रीराम जय राम जय जय राम ॐ श्रीराम जय राम जय जय राम राम जय राम जय जय राम श्रीराम जय राम जय जय राम ॐ श्रीराम जय राम जय जय राम श्रीराम जय राम जय जय श्रीराम जय राम जय जय राम श्रीराम जय राम जय जय राम ॐ श्रीराम जय राम जय जय राम मैं तो आरती उतारू स्वामी रामदास की मैं तो आरती उतारू स्वामी रामदास की स्वामी रामदास की रामनगर निवास की स्वामी रामदास की रामनगर निवास मैं तो आरती उतार स्वामी रामदास की मैं तो आरती उतारू स्वामी मन से बोलो ओम श्री राम जय राम जय जय यही मंत्र राम नाम यही मंत्र राम सुंदर मूर्ति मैं सजाऊं स्वामी रामदास की सुंदर मूर्ति मैं सजाऊं स्वामी रामदास मैं तो आरती उतारू स्वामी राम मैं तो आरती उतारू स्वामी राम जय जय माता कृष्णा बाई सची योगिनी कहाई परम पूज्य पदवी पाई परम पूज्य मैं तो धन्य हूँ स्वामी आप मैं तो मैं तो आरती उतारू स्वामी रामदास की मैं तो आरती उतारू शांत मूर्ति सच्चिदानंद प्रणमामि पादारविंद समदृष्टि के अवतार समदृष्टि मैं तो धन्य हूँ स्वामी आपके प्रेम बंधन में मैं तो धन्य हूँ स्वामी आपके प्रेम मैं तो आरती उतारू स्वामी रामदास की मैं तो आरती उतारू स्वामी राम धन्य धन्य हो प्रदक्षिण सद्गुरुरायाशी माझ्याशी गुरुरायाशी झाली त्वरा सुरवरा विमान उतराया धन्य धन्य हो प्रदक्षिणा सद्गुरुरायाशी माझ्याशी गुरुरायाशी झाली त्वरा सुरवरा विमान उतरा पदोपदी अपार झाल्या पुण्याच्या राशी सर्व ही तीर्थे घडले आम्हा आदि करोनी काशी धन्य धन्य हो प्रदक्षिणा सद्गुरुरायाशी माझ्याशी गुरुरायाशी झाली परा सुरमरा विमान मृदंग टाळ ढोल भक्त भावार नाम संकीर्तने नित्यानंदे नाचती. धन्य धन्य हो प्रदक्षिणा सद्गुरुरायाशी, माझ्याशी गुरुरायाशी. झाली त्वरा सुरवरा विमान उतरा. कोटी ब्रह्म हत्या करती करिता दंडवत. लोटांगण घालिता मोक्ष लोळे पायांतर. धन्य धन्य हो प्रदक्षिणा सद्गुरुरायाशी, माझ्याशी गुरुरायाशी. झाली त्वरा सुरवरा विमान उतरा. गुरु भजनाच्या महिमानकडे आगम निगमासी. अनुभवीचे जाणती ते गुरुपदींची रे. धन्य धन्य हो प्रदक्षिणा सद्गुरुराया, माझ्याशी गुरुरायाशी. झाली त्वरा सुरवरा विमान उतरा. प्रदक्षिणा करून देह भावे वागिला. श्रीरंगात वच विठ्ठल पुढे उभा राहिला. धन्य धन्य हो प्रदक्षिणा सद्गुरुराया, माझ्याशी गुरुरायाशी. झाली त्वरा सुरवरा विमान उतरा. घालीन लोटांगण वंदीन चरणम डोळ्यानी पागिन रूप. प्रेमे आलिंगिन आनंदपूत भावे ओवाळीन म्हणे. त्वमेव माता पिता त्वमेव त्वमेव बंधू सखा. त्वमेव विद्या द्रविणं त्वमेव त्वमेव सर्वं मम देव देव. कायेन वाचा सेन्द्रियेण वा बुद्ध्यात्मना वा प्रति करोमि यद्यत् सकलं परस्मै नारायणायेति समर्पयामि. अच्युतं केशवं रामनारायणं कृष्ण दामोदरं श्रीवासुदेवं. श्रीधरं माधवं गोपिका वल्लभं. जानकी नायकं श्रीरामचन्द्रं. हरे राम राम राम. हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे. हरे बुद्ध 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 हरे. हरे पप्पा पप्पा हरे. हरे माता 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 हरे. हरे स्वामी 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 हरे. सदा सर्वदा योग तुझा घडावा. तुझे कारणी देह माझा पडावा. उपेक्षू नको गुणवंता अनंता. रघुनायका मागणे हेची आता. उपासनेला दृढ चालवावे. भूदेव संता सदाल. सत्कर्मयोगे वय घालवावे. सर्वान्मुखी मंगळ बोल. समर्थांची या सेवकावक्र. असा सर्व भूमंडळी कोण. जयांची लीला वर्णिती लोकतिनी. नुपेक्षि कदा रामदासाभिमं ज्या ज्या स्थळी गे मन जाय माझे त्या त्या स्थळी घे निज रूप तुझे मी ठेवितो मस्तक ज्या ठिकाणी तेथे तुझे सद्गुरु पाय दो हरि ओम असतो मा सद्गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्योरमा अमृतं गमय हरि ओम शांति शांति हरि ओम आनंद कंद सच्चिदानंद पूर्ण ब्रह्म पुरुषोत्तम सब संतन पपाई की जय। जय जय गुरुदेव समर्थ। ओम श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम। ओम श्री राम जय राम जय जय।
उघडत रसनाई गोपी गोपाळ दास मृदंग जनन रूपर मृदंग जनन रूपरंग दृक्ता दृक्ताल उघडत रसना गोपी गोपाळ दास मंडल मागे ताता देगी तासु तंग तिरत करिवाई गोपी गोपाल चकित तकित यमुना नीर चकित तकित यमुना नीर चकित तकित यमुना नीर चकित तकित रकित तकित यमुना नीर खग मृग जग मग शरीर चकित तकित यमुना खग मृग जग मग शरीर बलि बलि जय सूरदास 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 बलि बलि जय सूरदास दास सुख तिहार दी गोपी गोपाल दास मंडल मागी गोपी गोपाल दास मंडल मागी गोपी गोपाल गोपी गोपाल बाल रास मंडल गोपी गोपाल बाल रास गोपी गोपाल बाल ताता तेगी तासुदंग निरदत गगिवाई गोपी गोपाल दास मंडल मागी दास मंडल मागी दास मंडल मागी हरे हरे वनमाली राधा रमणा गिरिधारी देवता वनमाली राधा रमणा गिरिधारी देवता भक्त हृदय मंदारा भानुकोटि सुंदरा 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 नंद नंद भक्त वृंद नारायण गोविंदा नंद नंद भक्त वृंद नारायण गोविंद हे नंद
நந்த பக்த பிருந்த நாராயண கோவிந்த நந்த நந்த பக்த பிருந்த நாராயண கோவிந்த நாராயண 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 ஓ ஓம் நாராயண 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 ஓம் நாராயண 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 ஓம் நாராயண 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 நாராயண
चक्षुरुन्मीलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। स्थावरं जङ्गमं व्याप्तं येन कृत्स्नं चराचरं तत्पदं दर्शितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। चैतन्यः शाश्वतः शान्तो व्योमातीतो निरञ्जनः बिन्दुनादकलातीतः तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। ज्ञानशक्ति समारूढ तत्त्वमाला विभूषितः भुक्तिमुक्तिप्रदाता च तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। अनेकजन्म सम्प्राप्त कर्मेन्धन विदाहिने आत्मज्ञानाग्निदानेन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। न गुरोरधिकं तत्त्वं न गुरोरधिकं तपः तत्त्वज्ञानात् परं नास्ति तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। न गुरोरधिकं तत्त्वं न गुरोरधिकं तपः तत्त्वज्ञानात् परं नास्ति तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। गुरुरादिरनादिश्च गुरुः परमदैवतं गुरुः परतरं नास्ति तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः।
श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम हो। श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम हो।
श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम ओ। श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम ओ।
ओम श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम हो। श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम हो।
श्री राम जय राम
एक तत्व नाम धड़ धरे मना एक तत्व नाम धड़ धरे मना एक तत्व नाम धड़ धरे मना हरिषि करुणा येल तुझे हरिषि करुणा येल तुझे ते नाम सोपे रे राम कृष्ण गोविंद
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 राम कृष्ण गोविंद 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 राम कृष्ण गोविंद
हे राम सोपे रे राम कृष्ण गोविंद
ते नाम सोपे रे राम कृष्ण गोविंद
वाचसी सद्गद जपे आधे वाचसी सद्गद जपे आधे एक तत्व नाम धड़ धर माना
एक तत्व नाम दृढ़ धरिमाना
एक तत्व नाम धड़ धर माना
एक तत्व नाम दृढ़ धरिमाना
हरिषि करुणा येल तुझे हरिषि करुणा ते नाम सोपे रे राम कृष्ण गोविंद
ते नाम सोपे रे राम कृष्ण गोविंद
राम कृष्ण गोविंद राम कृष्ण गोविंद राम कृष्ण
गोविंद राम कृष्ण गोविंद
ते नाम सोपे रे राम कृष्ण गोविंद
ते नाम सोपे रे राम कृष्ण गोविंद
नाम परते तत्व नाही रे अन्यथा नाम परते तत्व नाही रे अन्यथा वाया आणि का पंथा वाया वाया आणि का पंथा वाया जाशी जणे वाया आणि का पंथा वाया जाशी जणे ते नाम सोपे रे राम कृष्ण गोविंद
ते नाम सोपे रे राम कृष्ण गोविंद
राम कृष्ण गोविंद राम कृष्ण गोविंद ते
राम कृष्ण गोविंद राम कृष्ण गोविंद
राम कृष्ण गोविंद राम कृष्ण गोविंद
राम कृष्ण गोविंद राम कृष्ण गोविंद
ते नाम सोपे रे राम कृष्ण गोविंद
ते नाम सोपे रे राम कृष्ण गोविंद
ज्ञानदेव मौन ज्ञानदेव मौन जपमाळांतरी ज्ञानदेव मौन ज्ञानदेव मौन जपमाळांतरी धरुनि श्री हरि धरुनि श्री हरि जपे सदा धरुनि श्री हरि जपे सदा ते नाम सोपे रे राम कृष्ण गोविंद ते नाम ते नाम सोपे रे राम कृष्ण गोविंद राम कृष्ण गोविंद राम कृष्ण गोविंद राम कृष्ण राम कृष्ण गोविंद 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 बंदे बंदे राम गुण गाना हरि गुण गाना राम गुण गाना हरि गुण गाना राम गुण गाना हरि गुण गाना राम गुण गाना बंदे झूठी माया झूठी काया झूठा सारा जमाना आया झूठी माया झूठी काया झूठा सारा जमाना आया मेरा मेरा क्या करते हो मेरा मेरा क्या करते हो सब ही यही रह जाना राम गुण गाना हरे गुण गाना राम गुण गाना हरे गुण गाना राम गुण गाना हरे गुण गाना बंदे चंद्र सूर्य आकाश उसी के धरती उसी के माना चंद्र सूर्य आकाश उसी के धरती उसी के माना तेरा क्या बस जग में बंधे तेरा क्या बस जग में बंधे तुझको एक दिन जाना राम गुण गाना हरे गुण गाना राम गुण गाना हरे गुण गाना राम गुण गाना हरे गुण गाना राम गुण गाना बंदे फिर न करके जाना, फिर आना होगा ऐसे काम ही करके जाना। कहता कबीरा सुनो भाई साधो, कहता कबीरा सुनो भाई साधो, मन को ये समझाना, ओ मन को ये समझाना, राम गुण गाना, हरे गुण गाना, हरे गुण गाना, राम गुण गाना, हरे गुण गाना, राम गुण गाना। वंदे राम गुण गाना, हरि गुण गाना, 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 राम गुण गाना, हरि गुण गाना। श्री राम जय जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय श्री राम जय जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय जय राम, श्री राम जय जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय जय राम, श्री राम जय जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय जय राम, श्री राम जय जय राम, श्री राम जय जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय जय राम, श्री राम जय जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय जय राम, श्री राम जय जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय जय राम, श्री राम जय जय राम ओम श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम ओम श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम श्री राम श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम ओम जय राम जय जय राम ओम श्री राम श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम ओम श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम श्री राम श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम ओम श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम श्री राम श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम ओम श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम ओम श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम ओम श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम श्री राम श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम ओम श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम श्री राम श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम ओम श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम मंगल मंगलमय नाम तुझे सतत गाओ रे मंगलमय नाम मंगलमय नाम तुझे सतत गाओ रे दुर्बलया हृदया तूने चंचलया चित्ता तूने दुर्बलया हृदया तूने दुर्बलया हृदया तूने चंचलया चित्ता तूने दुर्बलया हृदया तूने चंचलया चित्ता तूने झुर झुरत्या नेत्रातूने झुर झुरत्या नेत्रातूने स्वरूप पाहू दे मंगलमय नाम तुझे सतत गाऊ दे मंगलमय विषयांच्या काट्यातून अंधाया निर्जनवने विषयांच्या काट्यातून 84 गोत्यातून 84 गोत्यातून पार हो दे 84 गोत्यातून पार हो दे मंगलमय नाम तुझे सतत गाऊ दे मंगलमय नाम तुझे सतत गाऊ दे
मंगलमय नाम तुझे सतत गाऊ दे
संतांची बोध धुळे लागोया देहकुळी संतांची बोध धुळे लागोया देहकुळी भक्तीच्या प्रेम जडे भक्तीच्या प्रेम जडे मत्स्य हो दे भक्तीच्या प्रेम जडे मत्स्य हो दे मंगलमय नाम तुझे सतत गाऊ दे
मंगलमय नाम तुझे सतत गाऊ दे
नाम तुझे
सतत गाऊ दे
मनमानस मंदिरात सिंहासन तव प्रशांत मनमानस मंदिरात सिंहासन तव प्रशांत सोहम ध्वनि गात गात सोहम ध्वनि गात गात रंगे रंगू दे सोहम ध्वनि गात गात रंगे रंगू दे मंगलमय नाम तुझे सतत गाऊ दे
मंगलमय नाम तुझे सतत गाऊ दे
मंगलमय नाम तुझे सतत गाऊ दे
मंगलमय नाम तुझे सतत गाऊ दे
भवसागर कठीण घोर षड्रिपुहे करीती जोर भवसागर कठीण घोर षड्रिपुहे करीती जोर तुकड्याची नाव पार तुकड्याची नाव पार स्थिर हो दे तुकड्याची नाव पार स्थिर हो दे मंगलमय नाम तुझे सतत गाऊ दे
मंगलमय नाम तुझे सतत गाऊ दे
दुर्बलया हृदयातून चंचलया चित्तातून दुर्बलया हृदयातून चंचलया चित्तातून झुरझुरत्या नेत्रातून झुरझुरत्या नेत्रातून स्वरूप पाहू दे मंगलमय नाम तुझे सतत गाऊ दे
मंगलमय नाम तुझे सतत गाऊ दे
मंगलमय नाम तुझे सतत गाऊ दे.
मंगलमय नाम तुझे सतत गाऊ दे.
Just one more song. Udaratam. Udaratam. उदार तुम्ही संत, उदार तुम्ही संत, माय बाप कृपावंत, माय बाप कृपावंत, माय बाप कृपावंत, माय बाप कृपावंत, उदार तुम्ही संत, उदार माय बाप कृपावंत, माय बाप कृपावंत, माय बाप
कृपावंत, माय बाप कृपावंत,
उदार तुम्ही संत,
तुम्ही संत.
केवढा केला उपकार काय वानू मी पामर, केवढा केला उपकार काय वानू मी पामर, काय वानू मी पामर, उदार तुम्ही संत,
तुम्ही संत.
उदार तुम्ही संत,
तुम्ही संत.
जड जीवा उद्धार केला मार्ग दावेला सुपंत, जड जीवा उद्धार केला मार्ग दावेला सुपंत, मार्ग दावेला सुपंत, उदार तुम्ही संत,
तुम्ही संत.
माय बाप कृपावंत, माय बाप कृपावंत, माय बाप कृपावंत, माय कृपावंत, उदार तुम्ही संत,
तुम्ही संत.
सेना म्हणे उतराई होत काही दिसेना, सेना म्हणे उतराई,
काही दिसेना.
सेना म्हणे उतराई होत काही दिसेना,
सेना म्हणे उतराई, होत काही दिसेना.
होत काही दिसेना, होत काही दिसेना, उदार तुम्ही संत, उदार तुम्ही संत. सब लोग गाइए साथ में, ऑल ऑफ यू कोरस. राधे श्याम राधे श्याम राधे श्याम, राधे श्याम राधे श्याम राधे श्याम,
राधे श्याम राधे श्याम राधे श्याम, राधे श्याम
Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam.
Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam.
Hari Hari Gopal 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 Radhe Shyam.
Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam.
Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam.
Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam.
Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam.
Hari Hari Gopal Radhe Shyam.
Hari Hari Gopal Radhe Shyam.
Hari Hari Gopal Radhe Shyam. Hari Hari Gopal Radhe Shyam. Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam. Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam. Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam.
Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam.
Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam. Hari Om.
The board. Super. Nearly more than half an hour. 40 minutes you have done well. Same tempo. 86 years old. Young, sorry. Yeah. Eh? 58. Okay. From bhajan we go to something serious, you know. It was very clear, very clear. All songs, Mode board. Ah, Udar. The last one, which Sri Krishna ji sang, Udhar, 1985, he remembers, when he was about to leave for Bombay, Puja Mataji wanted him to sing again. So when he was singing, Mataji was in tears. When we align ourselves with the meaning of the song, we cannot but, because what does it mean? What all you have provided, no? One life is not enough to pay back. We hardly remember all these things. We take it that we have done it, we have earned, we have organized. But everything has been given by that great provider. In the forenoon sessions, Sundar sang, He Jagadata, Vishwavidhata, He Sukhashanti Niketan hai. In all that, what all he has provided, he has been providing. So that has been highlighted in the Udhar. It is not simply enjoying this song. Every song Sri Krishna ji sang was full of profound thoughts. Whether it is Ekatattva, Udhara, Mangalamaya, because the meaning was there, we were able to travel with the theme. Suppose we keep on hearing it with the meaning. Not only that we enjoy the music, but we also, it gets the enlightenment, path to enlightenment becomes easy. Not that we become enlightened, but it will definitely help us. Because all those are addressed to the impersonal aspect of God. Super. We have been going through the boats. Does anybody remember how many boats we have covered? Kashi over, na? Kashi, Gaya, Ayodhya over. Then Jhansi. Anyway, whether over or not, we would have forgotten. We can again go back. Kashi, as a traveler without an itinerary, Papa had no plans, Papa often faced unsympathetic situations. But he was never desperate or frustrated. Instead, he found them as God-given tests to remain calm and unruffled. Just like gold being melted and hammered repeatedly to make fine jewelry, these trying moments made him a finer being who is in tune with the grand designer. Papa says, man's eyes are opened to the transitory nature of the world through the bitter experiences which he gains in the course of life. And then Jhansi. During his wanderings, Papa would often retreat to a quiet meditative place to be in communion with the divine, like a dewdrop slipping into the shining sea. According to Papa, prayer and meditation are essential to destroy the veil of ignorance that has clouded the soul. And Papa's words, in meditation, your mind should think only of God who resides within you and not wander about in the midst of passing scenes of the objective life. The mind going inward through the practice of prayer and meditation, finds the presence of the divine, first within, then without, everywhere. So the purpose of solitude, the purpose of withdrawal, beautifully is brought out. Because otherwise, if you are in the company, we may be talking so many things, so many subjects will come. And along with that, our likes and dislikes and prejudices and attractions and attachment and cravings, everything gets kindled, So when we are alone in a place, surrounded by Mother Nature only, it will be easy. Then comes Himalayas. Papa's Himalayan journey took him to many ancient pilgrim centers. Haridwar, Rishikesh, Kedarnath, Badrinath, the lofty peaks of mountains covered with rolling waves of clouds, and the holy Ganga that flows in all calmness and majesty awaited him. He walked on, losing himself in the divine splendor. He felt like a baby in his mother's lap as he was enveloped by a sense of serenity. There are 3 chapters set for Himalayan. Papa was bubbling with joy, He was not just narrating. As we keep on reading, it transports us to a different realm. So he says, for freedom from attachment, the most efficacious means is a recourse from time to solitude. The renunciation that is required of the sadhaka is the renunciation principally of attachments existing in the mind. Renunciation is not outside. Renunciation principally of attachments existing in the mind. So Himalayas provide, a conducive, congenial atmosphere for the mind to well upon these themes. Mathura, Gokul, Vrindavan. Papa acknowledged and adored both personal and impersonal vision of God. For him, both these aspects, Saguna and Nirguna, were complementary, not contrary or contradictory, in fact. In fact, the impersonal is manifest. Papa says in Quest of God, this was in Jhansi or Ajmer, Raipur, okay, but in that chapter it comes. But here again the policeman interfered. In due course he reached Ajmer. It was night. While he was resting in the station, along with some sadhus who also had arrived by the same train, the railway police objected and asked all of them to go out. He sought a place under a tree in front of the station within the compound. But here again the policeman interfered and drove him away. Knocking about for some time, he saw at last a spot under another tree in a far-off corner of the railway compound. As he had nothing to spread on the floor, he lay himself down in the bare ground. When his nose came in close proximity with the ground, he felt the strong smell of urine. Now, next is the touching expression. "O Ram, how kind you are." You make your humble slave pass through even every kind of experience, all for his good. We may read. This condition taught him further. What a folly it was to make much of this perishable body. And it was tended greatly to make him find his true level, which is indeed very, very low. To afford him the benefit of this experience, O Ram, thou alone appeared as the policeman and brought about the circumstances. Here Ramdas, the child of Ram, slept soundly till morning in the loving embrace of that all-powerful being Ram. We can't even imagine, no? We can't conceptualize anything. Just imagine. Unless the surrender becomes total, where no situation, no individual, no object becomes separate from him, and every such experience, he is in a position to take it as a test for refining him. Knocking about for some time, he saw at last a spot under another tree in a far-off corner of the railway compound. As he had nothing to spread on the floor, he lay himself down on the bare ground. When his nose came in close proximity with the ground, he felt the strong smell of urine. O Ram, how kind you are! You make your humble slave pass through every kind of experience, all for his own good. This condition taught him further. Still what a folly it was to make much of this perishable body. So when we pass urine or stools, we take it as a natural activity of the body. But now we know that God is reminding of the perishable nature of the body, because it still contains everything, and to which we give a lot of importance. Under the skin, everything is there. This condition taught him further still what a folly it was to make much of this perishable body, and it was tended greatly to make him find his true level, which is indeed very, very low. If this is indeed very, very low, what can we make out? To afford him the benefit of this experience, O Ram, thou alone appeared as the policeman and brought about the circumstances. Here Ramdas, the child of Ram, slept soundly till morning in the loving embrace of that all-powerful being, Ram. So, and Papa says in this board, liberation is possible only through the human body. And to waste this life in pursuit of sense pleasures, instead of trying to reach God, is indeed pitiable. Body is only a vesture, a mask, or a vehicle, impermanent and transitory. Liberation is possible only through the human body, no doubt about it. And to waste this life in pursuit of sense pleasures, instead of trying to reach God, is indeed pitiable. Body is only a vesture, a mask, or a vehicle, impermanent and transitory. Ajmer, like an innocent child who would carry an umbrella to a gathering convened to pray for rain, Papa trusted God unconditionally to take care of him. We had heard our elders sharing this incident, in Tamil Nadu, in Chennai or somewhere, many decades ago, when they were facing acute drought. Some great singer whom we don't know, he was brought, and there is a raga in Carnatic music, Amritavarshani. And the faith is that Amritavarshini, if it is sung, it will rain. So elaborate preparation was made, a lot of publicity was made. Rajaji was the chief minister then. Only Rajaji came with an umbrella. Rest of the people could not believe, So when this is mentioned, that Amritavarshini Raga will definitely be instrumental in getting good rains. Rajaji had implicit faith. So he had carried an umbrella. None of the others know. Trust in God. Trust in God's Leela. Same thing. Like an innocent child who would carry an umbrella to a gathering convened to pray for rain, Papa trusted God unconditionally to take care of him. Even when he was living in a jungle, infested with many venomous creatures, he had no fear, for he knew he was in the ever-protective hands of God. Many of you might remember, under the jute bags, zag, he was like, there will be scorpions, so many insects, but nothing had attacked him. It rained. It rained. Amritavarshini. Ananda Amritavarshini, Amritavarshini is a beautiful song is there. It depends upon the faith of the person. Yeah. So here Papa says, a man without faith is a vacillating creature, vacillating between sorrow and fear, whereas he who possesses faith is the real hero who has conquered weakness and stands firm like a rock in all the storms of life. Junagadh. While traveling in the western India, Papa managed to visit contrasting terrains, from high and mighty Girnar hills that got 10,000 steps. To be more precise, 9,500. From high and mighty Girnar hills that got 10,000 steps to climb to the seaside town of Porbandar. But wherever he went, his sense of empathy and compassion towards his fellow beings, including animals, was intact, evident. And here comes the famous quotation, a quotation which we have to learn by heart. We have to get it imprinted in our heart. It is a source of perennial inspiration. The world we live in is a school in which observation and experience offer us immense possibilities for self-improvement. Nay, the world itself is our Guru or God. The world we live in is a school in which observation and experience offer us immense possibilities for self-improvement. Nay, that the world itself is our Guru or God. We will stop the board here. Rest of the boards we will take it up tomorrow. But in line with this, there is a PPT. Not yet. Every one of us will find something common in this, in the theme. Not it. The trials of a teacup. I have not always been a teacup. The teacup says, there was a time in my life when I was just a lump of clay. Then my master took me and began to pat and mold and shape me. It was very painful. And I begged him to stop. But he only smiled and said, "Not it." Then he placed me on a spinning wheel and I went round and round and round. No? I got so sick I thought I was not going to make it. But then he finally let me off. Just as I thought I was going to be all right, my master put me in an oven. I have never understood why he wanted to burn me. I yelled, begged for him to stop, to let me out. I could see dimly through the glass in the oven door, but he only smiled, took his head and said, "Not yet." Finally, he came and took me out. Oh, that sure feels better. Then all of a sudden, my master picked me up and started sanding and brushing. Then he took the paintbrush and started painting colors all over me. The fumes were so strong, I thought I was going to pass out. I pleaded with him to stop, but he continued to smile and said, "Not it." Then he placed me in another oven. This one was twice as hot as the first. I knew that I would suffocate. I begged, I pleaded, I cried, but he still only smiled and said, "Not yet." I began to feel there was no hope. I would never make it. I couldn't take any more. It was all over for me. I decided to give it up. Then the door swung open and the master said, "Now." He lifted me and he placed me on the shelf to rest. Later he came to me with a mirror and told me to look. As I looked at myself, I could not believe my eyes. I said, "Oh, what a beautiful teacup." The master explained, 1 minute, what the master would have explained. Kindly think over. Right from the clay, the journey up to the teacup. Every time when the teacup felt, "I will not make it up, I will not make it up, I will not make it up, I am going out, my life is over." And still he said, "Not it, not it, not it." And now he released me. And what the master would have said, please, to anybody, if anything strikes, you are complete, yes, then? You are ready for service. These are two angles. Okay, then. You are made for this purpose only. After suffering, yes, somebody said something. You have achieved your potential. All sufferings have polished you, refined you. Very good. If only we can remember at the time of suffering these words. For teacup it is all right. For me. Acha, now let us see what he said. Okay. Very important. These words are very important. And then we compare papas, the inquest of God. I want you to understand that I knew it hurt when I patted and molded you. I knew the spinning wheel made you sick. But if I had left you alone, you would have dried up and always have been just a lump of clay. You would not have had any personality in your life. Every suffering, This PPT, as soon as we came across, we would have shown in many forums. Because suddenly we tried to go through our own life. At that time it was too severe. We were cursing. We were finding fault with people, situation, objects. But later on we came to know the positive impact it had on us. Yes. I knew it was hot when I put you in the first oven. But if I had not, you would have just crumbled. I knew it really bothered you to be brushed and painted. But if I had not, you would not have had any color in your life. Very suffering. Now, at that time we may not understand. But we may not understand. Now, because of these satsangs, we will not be, some cushioning will be there, no doubt. We will not totally become frustrated. Oh, how I knew the second oven was hard for you. But you see, if I had not put you there, you would not have been able to stand the pressures of life. Your strength would not have lasted, so you would not have survived for very long. So you see, this is very important, very important. When you thought it was all so very hard, I still had you in my care. I knew all along what you would be today. I had the finished product in mind from the day I first touched you. So you see, when you thought it was all so very hard, I still had you in my care. I knew all along what you would be today. I had the finished product in mind from the day I first touched you. All of us have to go through pains in life. If only we understand that each such pain is making a better person out of us, our day will be better. All of us have to go through pains in life. If only we understand that each such pain is making a better person out of us, our day will be better. Have a nice day. We just remembered this because the quotation was, the world we live in is a school in which observation and experience offer us immense possibilities for self-improvement. Nay, the world itself is Guru or God. So from morning onwards, on this auspicious day of Papa's Sanyas Centenary, we had a variety of thought-provoking sessions. So before we leave, we must make a quick recap. So many things have been covered in the morning and the afternoon session. No matter even if it takes a little more time, because the day should not go just like that. So let us begin. Where from we started today? Huh? flag hoisting. And what does it symbolically signify? என்ன சொல்ற? Goal. We are reminded of the goal to be scaled, number one. Then, let us, flag hoisting, not over. For communication with God, we don't need any gadgets, All that we need is to remember Him. So this flag hoisting reminds us this. Remember me. And not only at the time we are conscious of the goal to be scaled, but our commitment towards it. That word you remember? Commitment. It reminds us of our commitment. And while doing sadhana, we have not scaled the heights. But while doing sadhana, we should be conscious of this. The commitment is very important. Okay, from there we moved to Sanyasa Suktam. Anything that strikes?
Only through sacrifice, Tyagam. Only through Tyagam.
Only through Tyagam. Then, na karmana na prajayatanena tyageni. Not by any actions, not by anything. Can you put that, Chandu? It is very important on this particular day. Na karmana, PPT. Not by work, nor by progeny, or by wealth, but by renunciation alone have some attained immortality. That which is beyond the heaven is attained by the self-controlled renunciates shining in their heart. Then, those who make proper effort and whose minds are pure, who have well ascertained clear knowledge of Vedanta, because of a life of a sannyasi, they, at the time of the resolution of the dissolution, of the resolution of the individuality in Brahman, are all released from the manifest. Then, the one who is the syllable Om, that is uttered at the beginning of the Veda, is well established in the Upanishads. The one who is the cause, the truth of that causal principle, who is resolved, he is the Lord Maheshwara. Then, okay. From Sanyas Sukta to Amritanandamayi Amma.
Stick no bills.
Stick no bills, they are very beautiful. Our mind should be, then the mind will not have anything unwanted. The whole space is available for God remembrance. Beautiful. Then, Sharanagati, yes, then.
Sugar, sugar is sugar, Papa sugar.
Sugar doesn't have to say that I am sweet. Yes? We are like a child, let us be like.
Like a child who has no past, no future, it only lives in the now. A child lives only in the now.
In the now, oh, acha. Not tomorrow or yesterday. Okay. Then,
Charcoal and perfume factory.
Charcoal and perfume. Good association, bad association. Even if we don't touch the charcoal,
Unless one is seed has to be planted properly, not kept in the lab, and the seed has to break for the plant to sprout.
if you put this seed on the lab, it will not sprout.
And the ego, Amma, I equated the ego to the shell of the seed for it to break to realize him.
Then,
Chanting is like blowing the ashes fan from the amber.
Beautiful. Snow, what do you call that? Enna pipe? Smoke pipe, Omakudal. Because we used to do that, no? When we were using firewood for our cooking, every now and then it is likely to get extinguished. Every now and then we have to go like that. So, yes, then.
When you become zero, you become hero.
Hero, zero, then?
Kuchela and Kubera.
Then?
Hanuman and Ravana. Just being close to saints doesn't help. You have to put that into practice.
Be like Hanuman. Very good. Ammas, everybody has, it has touched everybody's heart. Yes, from there what we moved to? Yes, Swamiji Maharaj said, any particular?
Start the day with God, end the day with God.
Start the day with God, end the day with God.
Live through the God. Fill the day with God then.
Fill the day with God. Very good. Then, though it's an ideal, we are unable to do it. At least we have intellectually captured the theme.
Guru, Ishwar and Atma are one.
Okay.
Take permission before to see God. He gave the example of the plant when it was, whether the tulsi leaf, when before plucking the owner was asked, the plant was asked, see his presence in everything, Swamiji. That was the example quoted.
We remember in Wayanad, when we were in Wayanad, the localites wanted to build a temple. So they wanted door frames. So when the Jyotishi was consulted, what should we do? The Jyotishi, after some process, he said, you approach your employer, it is not far away from your place. He is sitting in Calicut, okay? This is in Wayanad. He has not seen the place. He says, it is not far away from your place, but your employer will permit you to cut the tree, jackfruit tree. That will, when you fell it and then they go to the sawmill, you can get the door frames and everything, whatever you need, all the timber needs can be met with. But one condition, you have to first go to the tree. You must observe 3 days vrata. Intense prayer to the Vriksha Devata and pray, and we are sorry to put it, but it is going for a temple. And temple stands for decades, centuries together. It is going to be a source of inspiration to not only the present generation, to the future generation. So it is for that purpose we have to cut. They went and asked the employer. Employer readily said, you can take it. So these people, as instructed by the Jyotishi, went there. We had the privilege of seeing it, 3 days they were observing strict vratas. Pure vegetarian food, limited food, maximum time chanting. They did not go for work. It was a temple dedicated to Lord Ayyappa. So Ayyappa, the name of Ayyappa was going on. And finally they went, and they did not immediately cut. So they all went and stood before the tree and repeated it in their own language, not mantras. Very touching. And the Jyotishi also said, you are not uprooting the tree. You are only cutting it so that the sprout can come. And if it is destined to live, it can again live for many, many, many more years. So you are not uprooting the tree. And you explain this to the Vriksha Devata and start doing it. So that's what we remember. When before we pluck, Puja Swamiji said, are we seeking? We don't. Even if, of course, we pluck the tulsi leaves only to be offered to gurus, agreed. But still plucking is painful for it, no? So at the time we have to at least say this to the Devata. Then.
Brother Lawrence, feeling his presence in everything. Brother Lawrence try to see his presence in everything.
Brother Lawrence, he was quoting, correct. Then. Anybody has any? Matharan. That is writing. That I think.
Prayer. It came for prayer. Self-originating prayer.
Self-originating prayer. It had a telling effect.
Then it was.
Because previously they were not aware how the mother brought us up. Brought them up. They were not aware, no? No mother would come and say that I have done this, I have done that. But when somebody says, it strikes to them, and they are so innocent and pure, immediately it touches their heart. And many telephoned, we forgot to say that, many immediately telephoned to their mother. Because this is something, when we start writing it, it is not to be shown to anybody, because we become totally frank. And in our own language we communicate. That is very essential for us. Anything else?
Then how Guru lives within us, or how Papa lives through our actions, that was also mentioned, Swami. Who is beloved Papa?
To that particular expression made us not to confine Papa, Mataji was very clear about it, but none of us were clear about it. To Mataji, Papa means not merely this form. It also stands for the all-pervading, omnipresent, omnipotent reality. So, when Papa dropped the body in 1963, in the vision in September 1963, Mataji wrote this, omnipresent Papa's ashram is the whole universe. So that none of us should limit him to this form, to this institution only. Every time when Mataji touches any subject on these, we can see that the universal approach everywhere. Warning us not to limit. Because when Mataji during her sadhana period, when she was too much attached to the form of Papa and was revering it very often, prostrating very, very often, then Papa put a ban that you will not see Ramdas, you will not talk to Ramdas, you will not prostrate Ramdas. Then Papa himself has written, since she had no other cravings or desires, and only one was this form, and that was also shut, then it went inward. And then the revelation came to her. So to her, Not merely this form when she says Papa. Papa stood for the cosmic reality. In order that we try to understand this, morning that particular explanation was given. Because we remember, there was one incident we shared with you. Huh? Ananda Vikatan calendar.
Papa Mataji is within you.
That is important.
God is within you. God is everywhere. You are everywhere.
Papa Mataji is everywhere. God is everywhere. You are everywhere. You have put Papa Mataji on a frame of. That is why in the Homa Mandir, where Papa's body was cremated, Mataji was very particular. There should not be any image, no ritual should be there. There an effort should be made for us to connect ourselves with the cosmic reality. We all remember when we came and stayed for a month or two in 1968, Mataji used to take us at 11 o'clock, 10:45, 10:50, we go there. Everybody will follow Mataji to Homa Mandir. It was named as Homa Mandir. There the ladies will sit, Mataji along with them, and we sit on the other side, and there will be total silence. Everyone will be trying to go inward, connect himself or herself with the cosmic reality in the way in which they find comfortable. Somebody may be mentally chanting, somebody may be remembering the words of Papa, somebody may be doing mental chanting, somebody may be trying to go to the source of the sound from where the Nama comes, mental chanting again. It will be total silence, So there she wanted us to connect ourselves with the cosmic reality without any name. Till 1988, there was no ritual there was no image. It will always be silent.
Swamiji, we also as kids used to go. Mataji used to say at least ask us spend 1 hour. Different times.
1 hour. Darshanji used to be there throughout. And we all used to take these glimpses or the speaks in our pocket and then go there, read for 5 minutes, that's all. Then dwell on it, so that each one is given a freedom to choose how to connect ourselves with the cosmic reality. So why we mentioned this, Mataji was very clear about the indwelling and all-pervading reality which she named as Papa. So that we don't limit. Omnipresent Papa's ashram is the whole universe. It is to know that he has set up this Ananda ashram. Because the other day we shared, at the time of inauguration, he said the ideal of the ashram is universal love and service based upon the vision of divinity in everybody. That is the purpose for which this ashram was set up by him. Yes, and then it's already. Before that, Hey Jagadata, the great provider, the bhajan. Nobody said that. That means we have not rededicated ourselves. Again, it slipped into any ritual. No. It was a solemn commitment that hereafter when we chant, we will try to bring in the right mental background, the state of mind, so that it doesn't just slip as a ritual. It will have its own deep dent, impact. And Papa, you remember any word from the Papa's talk?
Name is not just the means, it's the end itself, Swamiji.
End itself. Then
Lower passions.
Huh?
Lower passions.
no, why lower passion?
Otherwise it won't.
Name
it
is sweet.
By nature it is sweet.
By nature it is sweet, but we are not feeling that sweetness because of the dominance of the lower passions. So we go to a doctor, the doctor is the guru and he prescribes the technique. With that, he initiates. So it's a rededication, we will have the right attitude and we will try to get out of the clutches of these low passions, connect ourselves to the great ideal which the name reminds us of. Name is the link between us and God. Yes, then silence. Any word in that silent session? Okay, it's a tall word. Anything?
Bhajan should lead to silence. Language of the heart.
Language of the heart. Beautiful. If that stays with us, that is enough. Then, anything else? Immense strength, not ordinary strength. Immense strength. Then, calm the mind. Aim of the life, goal of your life is silence. Aim of your life is silence. Anything else? The substratum. Silence is the substratum for the mind, pranas, sense objects. Silence is an intuitive experience. Enter into silence. Know the silence. Enjoy the magnanimous silence. Become silence itself. Last word. Realize God now and here. Be still. Kindly keep on trying. You might have heard it. You might have thought it deeply. And when we chanted the Nama in the Mantra Swarup, there is a lot of gap between. We become aware of the gap between the words. Mataji's words, the gap, the void, when she was talking about void. So Papa used to say that first our attempt is to become aware of the space between the one word and another word. Then later on, one alphabet to another alphabet. Then we know that it is floating in that silence. Sound is the first expression of the silence. So through the sound, we go to the soundless state. That means we try to become aware of the soundless state. Okay, something of it remains. And then, after silence? Ramnam Arati, na? Then, afternoon session? Before that, everybody got up from their room and came back because of what?
Gopi Gopala Bala.
Then, Guru Stotram was there, Akhanda Mandalagaram, okay. And Sri Krishnaji sang how many songs? 4. Anybody remembers anything? Udhara, last one. Before that. Ekatattva Nama. Good, then. Mangalamaya, very good. Then Bande Hari Gunagana. Then Aure Kitana. അല്ല 4 പാട്ടുണ്ട് ചെല്ലേച്ച. Then he concluded with what? Radhesham, Radhesham, Radhesham. No? Okay, then afterwards, board. Anything, any particular
Urine.
Jansi. We should never forget that. The transient nature of the body which we are carrying, though human body is necessary for ultimate liberation, because we come to know about God because we are all embodied selves. But at the same time, pampering the body or becoming unaware of the transient nature of the body leads to utter misery. A beautiful principle. Okay, then after the boats, teacup. And teacup. Not yet. We remember when we showed this in our annual program many years ago, somebody telephoned from Bombay, said, I am in the second oven now. But that gave him cushioning, After that, I will become a beautiful teacup. So a teacup, we should never forget about it, especially when we are subjected to go through many a trial. We must know, we must have that faith that God will not let us down. The moment He gave us a human birth, we were not consulted when this human birth was given to all of us. When we were in the form of a seed in our mother's womb, we were not consulted. So He had sent us. So that means He has got a specific plan. Through us, we may not know the plan, but one thing is sure, He has got a definite plan. So not it makes us aware of this truth. Then, after not it?
Recap, Swami.
Recap. Oh, nothing else. Huh? Okay. So, dialogue. Constant dialogue with Him. That is definite. That is why writing, we. Writing. Yeah. It's a very touching one. Be very touching one. Puja Swamiji, Padmanabhan Swamiji, when we were going for meals, he was telling, even in ashram, they used to write. And it will be given to Swamiji, and Swamiji said that he used to take it to the Samadhi Mandir, place it on the holy Paduka of Guru Maharaj, and then he will not read. And then the other party feels much better. So communication through chanting, communication through writing, it is very, very effective for us. And on this day, these are all the points which Papa made us to remember, no? We are deeply thankful to him because he organized this program and he made us to remember this, not to just go like that. So we are very, very happy. It has been again a very lively session. And today at 7:15, 7 o'clock, all of you may please go and have your dinner and be here by 7 o'clock. We are requesting Rangapai and party who are going to render the bhajan program. If possible, we will request them to start at 7 o'clock so that it can go up to 8:15. And then, of course, Arati. As usual, in every program, yearly once at least, he makes it a point to come with his whole group. And it will be a thrilling session, no doubt. So all of you are kindly requested to come here exactly before 7. and take part in this full. You are doing it every day, but one more request for all of you to come. So at the end, we are very, very happy. We wanted to share a few words of Papa on Sanyas. We will do it tomorrow. And tomorrow morning session, Puja Swamiji will attend. He will be leaving by afternoon. So we will request him to give us his words of wisdom once again tomorrow. Let us not think that 27th December is over. 27th December is a comma. Efforts to move towards him, efforts to reach the goal. So let us all be always aware of this. And today, with a heart full of gratitude for all that he has been facilitating to us till this moment, we will close this session. Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Jai. Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Hari Om.
ತುಂಬ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಯಿತು ಇರಿ ಇರಿ ಇರಿ.
सख्य संग लागे गणपति परम सुखाते आनंद लागे गणपति लगन लागे लगन सख्य संग लागे परम सुखाति आनंदन लागे गणपति लगन 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 लागे गणपति लगन लागे गणपति परम सुखाति आनंद लागे गणपति लागे लगनपति सख्य संग परम सुखाते आनंद लागे लगनपति आय नये मदन कवन सुबन अंग सुगंधन चंदन मात सुगंधन चंदन मात धीला लागत है लागा ला लागा ना अंग सुगंधन चंदन माते धीला लागत है द्विजानन अंजन पवन देत अमर मुनि तापति काज सजन लागे लगनपति सखी सगल पानी दरे गरे गब गरे दानी पानी रे सारे गा पानी दानी बग पगरे लागे गबनी भगबनी दानी भगबनी दगने दानी बसानी भगबगरिता गबगरिता गबगरिता लाती सके संग लागे लगन लागे लगन लागे लगन रामचरण सुखदा भजमन रामचरण सुखदा भजमन रामचरण सुखदा भजमन गड़ी बल चिन दिन तीत निज दिन काहे करता मोहे राम रामचरण सुखदा राम शरण राम 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 चरण सुखदा राम चरण भजमन घड़ी बल चिन दिन तीत निज दिन घड़ी बल चिन दिन तीत निज दिन काहे करता मोह राम रामचरण सुखदा रामचरण सुखदा रामचरण सुखदा भजमन अंत समय में राम विठ्ठल बिना राम अंत समय में राम विठ्ठल सरे गबनी दगरे दानी बसानी भगब गरि सा रे गा पने सा तसमय में राम विठ्ठल बिना राम विठ्ठल समय में राम विठ्ठल बिन सब कुछ मिट मिट राम 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 चरण सुखदा भजम राम चरण सुखदा घड़ी बल चिन दिन तीतत निज दिन काहे करत मोघे राम चरण सुखदा गरि धरे गरे गभ गरि धा गभनि भगवनि धनि भगवनि धगरि धनि बसनि भगव गरि धा बसनि भगव गरि धा राम चरण सुखदा भजमन राम चरण सुखदा भजमन राम चरण सुखदा तुम बिन मोरे कौनक भरले गोवर्धन गिरधारी तुम बिन मोरे कौनक भरले गोवर्धन गिरधारी गिरिधारे गोवर्धन गिरिधारी गिरिधारे गोवर्धन गिरिधारी तुम बिन मोरे कौनक भरले गोवर्धन गिरिधारी मोर मुकुट पीतांबर सोहत मोर मुकुट पीतांबर सोहत कुंडल की बतनारे रे कुंडल की छवि गोवर्धन गिरिधर गोवर्धन गिरिधारी गोवर्धन गिरिधारी तुम बिन मोरे कौन कबर ले गोवर्धन गिरिधारी गिरिधारी गोवर्धन गिरिधारी भरी सभा में द्रौपदी साड़े आ भरी सभा में द्रौपदी साड़ी राखेला जसबारी रे मेरा कहे प्रभु मेरा कहे प्रभु मेरा कहे प्रभु गिरिधर नागर मेरा कहे प्रभु गिरिधर नागर चरण कमल बल हारी रे चरण कमल बल हारी रे गोवर्धन गिरिधारी तुम बिन मोरे कौन खबर दे गोवर्धन गिरिधारी गिरिधारी गोवर्धन गिरिधारी मोर मुकुट पीतांबर सोगत मोर मुकुट पीतांबर सोगत कुंडल की छवि न्यारी रे गोवर्धन गिरिधारी तुम बिन मोरे कौन खबर ले गोवर्धन गिरिधारी गिरिधारी गोवर्धन 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 प्रेम मुदित मनस कहो, प्रेम मुदित मनस कहो, श्री राम राम राम। प्रेम मुदित मनस कहो, प्रेम मुदित मनस कहो, श्री राम राम राम। प्रेम मुदित मनस कहो। श्री राम राम राम, श्री राम राम। प्रेम मुदित मनस कहो, प्रेम मुदित मनस कहो, श्री राम राम राम। पाप कटे दुख मिटे, पाप कटे दुख मिटे, लेके राम नाम। भव समुद्र सुखद नाम, भव समुद्र सुखद नाम, एक राम नाम। प्रेम मुदित मनस कहो, प्रेम मुदित मनस कहो, श्री राम राम राम। प्रेम मुदित मनस कहो। परम भक्ति सुख निधान, परम भक्ति सुख निधान। आ आ परम भक्ति सुख निधान, नित्य राम नाम, नित्य राम नाम। निराधार को आधार, निराधार। रे ग म प द प म ग रे सा रे सा रे दा प दा रे सा परम भक्ति सुख निधान परम भक्ति सुख निधान नित्य राम राम निराधार को आधार एक राम नाम प्रेम मुदित मन से कहो श्री राम 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 प्रेम मुदित मन से कहो श्री राम 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 प्रेम मुदित महादेव सतत जपत महादेव सतत जपत दिव्य राम नाम काल शमत वितत सतत काल शमत वितत जपत कहत राम नाम प्रेम मुदित मन से कहो श्री राम 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 प्रेम मुदित मन से कहो माता पिता बंधु सखा माता पिता बंधु सखा माता पिता बंधु सखा माता पिता बंधु सखा सब ही राम नाम भकुत जन जीवन धन भकुत जन जीवन धन एक राम नाम प्रेम मुदित मन से कहो प्रेम मुदित मन से कहो श्री राम 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 श्री राम 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 श्री राम 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 संतति संपत सुख के कारण संतति संपत सबके कारण, संतति संपत सुख के कारण, जासे बोल हरि बजोर मन, जासे बोल हरि बजोर मन। संतति संपत सुख के कारण, संतति संपत सुख के कारण, जासे बोल हरि बजोर मन, कहता कबीरा संतति संपत सुख के कारण, जासे बोल हरि बजोरे मन, कहता कबीरा जामु करा मन, कहता कबीरा कहता कबीरा जामु करा मन, वो मुख धूल बरी बजोरे मन, वो मुख धूल बरी बजोरे मन, राम गोविंद गरी बजोरे मन, राम गोविंद गरी बजोरे मन, राम गोविंद गरी। जप तप साधन कछु नहीं लागत, जप तप साधन कछु नहीं लागत, कहचत नहीं गठरी बजोरे मन, राम गोविंद गरी बजोरे मन, राम गोविंद, राम गोविंद, राम गोविंद गरी। आवो जी मारा आवो जी मारा आवो जी मारा कुंवर आवो जी मारा Sare ga ba ga re da re ga ba da ba ga ba ga ni da ba ga ba da da ba ga ba ga re da da re ga ba da ba ga ba ga re da da ba ga ba ga re da da ba ga ba ga re da re ga ba abu ji mara kuwar बीत गया दिन भजन बिना रे, बीत गया दिन भजन बिना रे, भजन बिना रे, भजन बिना रे, बीत गया गया दिन भजन बिना रे, बीत गया दिन भजन बिना रे, बाल अवस्था खेल गवायो, बाल अवस्था खेल गवायो, जब जवानी तब मान किया रे, जब जवानी तब मान किया रे, बीत गया दिन भजन बिना रे, बीत गया दिन भजन बिना रे। काहे कारण भूल घवायो, काहे कारण भूल घवायो, सागमदन दामग सनि स धनि सागमदन सा मग, काहे कारण मूल गवायो, अजहु न मिटी तर अजहु न मिटी तेरे मन की तृषा कहता कबीरा सुनो भाई साधु, कहता कबीरा धनि ध ग म ग सा ग धनि ध ग म ग सा ग म ग ग म सा ग म ग म ध ग म धनि म धनि ध धनि ध ग सा नि ध ध नि ध म ग सा ग म धनि ध कहता कबीर सुनो बाजी साधो, पार उतर गए संत जनारे, बीत गया दिन भजन बिना रे, भजन बिना रे, भजन बिना रे, बीत गया दिन, बीत गया दिन, बीत गया दिन भजन बिना रे। शिव शंकर पार्वती पति, शिव शंकर पार्वती पति, शिव शंकर पार्वती पति, महादेव नीलकंठ, महादेव नीलकंठ, महादेव नीलकंठ, शिव शंकर पार्वती पति। Shankar व्याघ्राम्बरधराम्बर व्याघ्राम्बरधराम्बर चन्द्रबाला विराजे व्याघ्राम्बरधराम्बर व्याघ्राम्बरधराम्बर चन्द्रबाला विराजे जटाजूट गले रुण्डमाला शिव शङ्कर पार्वती पति शिव शङ्कर पार्वती शिव शङ्कर पार्वती पति शिव शङ्कर पार्वती पार्वती रघुबर तुमको मेरी लाज 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 रघुबर सदा सदा मैं शरण तिहारो सदा सदा मैं शरण तिहारो तुम ही गरीब नवाज तुम ही गरीब नवाज रघुबर तुमको मेरी लाज रघुबर तुमको मेरी लाज पतित उदाहरण फिरत तिहारो पतित उदाहरण फिरत तिहारो श्रवण न सुनिया आवाज श्रवण न सुनिया आवाज होत सदा मैं शरण तिहारो, सदा सदा मैं शरण तिहारो, शरण तिहारो, तुम ही गरीब नवाज, हे गरीब नवाज, तुमको मेरी लाज, रघुवर तुमको मेरी लाज। अघ खंडन दुख भंजन जन के, आ आ आ अघ खंडन दुख भंजन जन के, यही तिहारों काज। यही तिहारों काज। अघ कंडन भुक भंजन जन के, यही तिहारों काज। तुलसीदास पर कृपा करिए, तुलसीदास पर कृपा करिए, भक्ति दान देखूं आज, रघुबर तुमको मेरी लाज, रघुबर तुमको मेरी लाज। सदा सदा मैं शरण तिहारो, तुम ही गरीब नवाज, तुमको मेरे, तुमको मेरे, तुमको मेरे लाज। एक कन्नड़ा सॉन्ग छपताल में 10 बीट्स बंदिश वो भीमपलास और पटदीप मिश्रा थे। ಇದು ನಿನಗೆ ಧರ್ಮವೇ ಇದು ನಿನಗೆ ಧರ್ಮವೇ ಇಂದಿರೇಶ 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 ಇದು ನಿನಗ ಧರ್ಮವೇ ಇಂದಿರೇಶ ಇದು ನಿನಗ ಧರ್ಮವೇ ಇಂದಿರೇಶ ಬದಿಗನೀನಾಗಿದ್ದು ಭೀತಿ ಪಡಿಸುವುದೇ ಬದಿಗನೀನಾಗಿದ್ದು ಭೀತಿ ಪಡಿಸುವುದೇ ಇದು ನಿನಗ ಧರ್ಮವೇ ಇಂದಿರೇಶ ಇಂದಿರೇಶ ನಿನ್ನ ಗುಣಗಳ ಸ್ತುತಿಸಿ ನಿನ್ನನೇ ಹಾರೈಸಿ ಆ ಆ ನಿನ್ನ ಗುಣಗಳ ಸ್ತುತಿಸಿ ನಿನ್ನನೇ ಹಾರೈಸಿ ನಿನ್ನವರ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯನು ಸಂಪಾದಿಸಿ ನಿನ್ನವರ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯನು ಸಂಪಾದಿಸಿ ಅನ್ಯರನು ಲೆಕ್ಕಿಸದೆ ಅನ್ಯರನು ಲೆಕ್ಕಿಸದೆ ಆ ಅನ್ಯರನು ಲೆಕ್ಕಿಸದೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬಾಳುವ ಅನ್ಯರನು ಲೆಕ್ಕಿಸದೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಬಾಳುವ ಮಾನವನ ಈ ಪರಿಯ ಭಂಗಪಡಿಸುವುದೇ ಇದು ನಿನಗ ಧರ್ಮವೇ ಇಂದಿರೇಶ ಬದಿಗನೀನಾಗಿದ್ದು ಭೀತಿ ಪಡಿಸುವುದೇ ಇದು ನಿನಗ ಧರ್ಮವೇ ಇಂದಿರೇಶ ಗುಣವೇ ನಿನಗಿದು ಪರಿದೆ ಗುಣವೇ ನಿನಗಿದು ಬರಿದೆ ಗುಣವೇ ನಿನಗಿದು ಬರಿದೆ ದಣಿಸುವುದು ಶರಣರನು ಪ್ರಣತಾರ್ಥಹರ ವಿಭೀಷಣ ಪಾಲಕ ಕ್ಷಣಕನಂತ ಪರಾದ ಎಣಿಸುವುದೇ ಕಡೆಗುಂಟೆ ಮಡಿದು ಭಿನ್ನಹ ಮಾಳ್ಪೆ ಧನುಜದಲ್ಲಣವೇ ಇದು ನಿನಗ ಧರ್ಮವೇ ಇಂದಿರೇಶ ಇದು ನಿನಗ ಧರ್ಮವೇ ಇಂದಿರೇಶ ನಮೋ ನಮೋ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮಣ್ಯ ದೇವ ನಮೋ ನಮೋ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮಣ್ಯ ದೇವ ದೇವರ ದೇವ ನಮೋ ನಮೋ ಧನ್ವಂತ್ರಿ ಧುರಿತಹಂತ್ರಿ ನಮೋ ನಮೋ ಕಾರುಣ್ಯಶೀಲ ಸಜ್ಜನ ಪಾಲ ನಮೋ ನಮೋ ಜಗನ್ನಾಥ ವಿಠಲ ವಿಠಲ ಇದು ನಿನಗ ಧರ್ಮವೇ ಇಂದಿರೇಶ 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 हे जगदाता विश्वविदाता या विलासकानी तोडे आधारित केरवा ताल. जगदाता विश्वविधाता हे जगदाता विश्वविधाता हे सुख शांति निकेतन हे जगदाता विश्वविधाता हे सुख शांति निकेतन है प्रेम के सिंधु दीन के बंधु प्रेम के सिंधु दीन के बंधु दुष्ट दरिद्र नाशन है हे जगदाता विश्वविधाता हे सुख शांति निकेतन है नित्याखंड अनंतानादि नित्याखंड अनंतानादि नित्याखंड अनंतानादि पूर्ण ब्रह्म सनातन है जगाश्रय जगपति जगवंदन जगाश्रय जगपति जगवंदन अनुपमलक निरंजन है हे जगदाता विश्वविधाता हे सुख शांति निकेतन हे जगदाता विश्वविधाता हे सुख शांति निकेतन है ಪ್ರಾಣ ಸಖ ತ್ರಿಭುವನ ಪರಿಪಾಲಕ ಆ प्राण सका त्रिभुवन प्रतिपालक जीवन के अवलंबन है जीवन के अवलंबन है जगाशय जगपति जगवंदन जगाशय जगपति जगवंदन अनुपमालक निरंजन हे जगदाता विश्वविदाता हे जगदाता विश्वविधाता हे सुख शांति निकेतन जगदाता विश्वविधाता ये सुख शांति निकेतन है प्रेम के सिंधु दीन के बंधु दुष्ट दरिद्र नाशन है हे जगदाता विश्वविधाता हे सुख शांति हे सुख शांति हे सुख शांति हे तन है उधो उधो करमन के गत न्याय 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 सब नदियाँ जल बरबर सब नदियाँ जल बरबर सागर किसी बिद खारी सागर किसी बिद खारी उधो कर मन के गतया उधो कर मन के गतया उज्ज्वल पंख दिए बगुला को उज्ज्वल पंख दिए बगुला को कोयल किसी विदकारी कोयल किसी विदकारी सुंदर नयन दिए मिर्गा को सुंदर नयन दिए मिर्गा को बन बना फिरत उगारी उदो कर मन के गत न्यारी उधो कर मन के गत न्यारी मूरख राज राज रहत है मूरख राजा मूरख राजा राज रघत है पंडित भिरत बिकारी बिकारी पंडित भिरत बिकारी बिकारी सुर श्याम के मिलन की आशा सुर श्याम के मिलन की आशा छिन छिन बीतत बारी उधो कर मन के गत ज्ञान उधो कर मन के गत ज्ञान सब नदियाँ जल बरबर सब नदियाँ जल बरबर सब नदियाँ जल बरबर सागर किस बिद खारी उधो कर मन के गतया उधो कर मन के गत कर मन के गत कर मन के गत प्रभु आवन के मन भावन के कोहे कह और प्रभु आवन के मन भावन के कोहे कह और प्रभु आवन के मन भावन के आपन आए लिख नहीं भेजे आपन लिख नहीं भेजे बान पड़े लल सावन की ये दो नैना कहा नहीं माने ये दो नैना ये दो नैना कहा नहीं माने नदिया बहे जस सावन की आवन के मन भावन के कोहे कह और प्रभु आवन के मन भावन के कोहे कह और प्रभु आवन की काहे करूं कछु बस नहीं मेरो काहे करूं कछु काहे करूं कछु बस नहीं मेरो पंख नहीं उड़ जावन की पंख नहीं उड़ जावन की मीरा कहे प्रभु कब रे मिलोगे मीरा कहे प्रभु मीरा कहे प्रभु कब रे मिलोगे मीरा कहे प्रभु कब रे मिलोगे सेरी बयो हूँ तेरी दामन की तेरी बयो हूँ तेरी दामन की मन भावन की कोई कहे और प्रभु आवन के मन भावन के कोई कहे और प्रभु आवन के
Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Om 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 Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Om Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram.
Om Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. O beginningless and endless Param Puja Papa, you are all pervading. You have manifested as the entire universe and you reside in everything. We pray for your blessings for the eradication of all conflicts and fights in all parts of the world and for the bestowal of peace and happiness on one and all, within and without. Om Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Adi Antarahita Parama Puja Papa അങ്ങ് സർവവ്യാപിയായി വിശ്വമായി പ്രകടിച്ച് എല്ലാത്തിലും സ്ഥിതി ചെയ്യുന്നു. ഈ ലോകത്തിൽ എല്ലാ സ്ഥലങ്ങളിലുമുള്ള കലഹങ്ങളെയും ലഹളകളെയും ഇല്ലാതാക്കി എല്ലാവർക്കും അകത്തും പുറത്തും ശാന്തിയും സുഖവും കൊടുത്ത് അനുഗ്രഹിക്കുവാനായി ഞങ്ങളെല്ലാവരും പ്രാർത്ഥിക്കുന്നു. ഓം ശ്രീരാം ജയ രാം ജയ ജയ രാം. Aarti number 4, O Valu Sadguru. I offer the auspicious lamp consisting of the 5 vital airs as Aarti to Sadguru Ramdas. When the Sadguru lit, as it were, the wick of ignorance, they shone the bright light of divine knowledge. Sadguru Ramdas is the light divine beyond attributes. Darshan of him is indeed auspicious, like the darshan of the Gopura Kalasham. Om Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Karunanidhe Ramadasa Karunanidhe Ramadasa Karunanidhe Ramnagar Vasa Tattva Bodhaka Ramnagar Vasa Tattva Bodhaka Karunanidhe Ramadasa Karunanidhe Bhagavata Priya Purana Purusha Bhagavata Priya Purana Purusha Pankajanayana Sankata Harana Pankajanayana Sankata Harana Karunanidhe Ramadasa Karunanidhe Nirmala Rupa Nityananda Nirmala Rupa Nityananda Nityamahotsava Bhakta Vatsala Nityamahotsava Bhakta Vatsala Karunanidhe Ramadasa जय जय राम श्री राम जय राम 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 जय जय राम श्री राम जय जय राम ओ वाळू सद्गुरु श्री रामदास राणा ओ वाळू सद्गुरु श्री रामदास राणा पंचही प्राणाच्या दीप लाविला जाणा पंचही प्राणाच्या दीप लाविला जाणा ओ वाळू सद्गुरु श्री रामदास राणा ओ वाळू सद्गुरु श्री रामदास राणा पंचही प्राणाच्या दीप लाविला जाणा पंचही प्राणाच्या दीप लाविला जाणा अज्ञानतिमिर ज्योति सद्गुरु उजळला वाती अज्ञानतिमिर ज्योति सद्गुरु उजळला वाती ज्ञानबोध प्रकटला तेने प्रकाशली दीप्ती ज्ञानबोध प्रकटला तेने प्रकाशली दीप्ती ओ वाळू सद्गुरु श्री रामदास राणा ओ वाळू सद्गुरु श्री रामदास राणा पंचही प्राणाच्या दीप लाविला जाणा पंचही प्राणाच्या दीप लाविला जाणा निर्गुण निरंजन ज्योति सद्गुरु रामदास निर्गुण निरंजन ज्योति सद्गुरु रामदास दर्शन मंगल प्रदान कल्याणाचा कळस दर्शन मंगल प्रदान कल्याणाचा कळस ओ वाळू सद्गुरु श्री रामदास राणा ओ वाळू सद्गुरु श्री रामदास राणा पंचही प्राणाचा दीप लाविला जाणा पंचही प्राणाचा दीप लाविला जाणा धन्य धन्य हो प्रदक्षिणा सद्गुरुरायाची माझा श्री गुरुरायाची झाली त्वरा सुरवरा विमान उतरायाची धन्य धन्य हो प्रदक्षिणा सद्गुरुरायाची माझ्या श्री गुरुरायाची झाली त्वरा सुरवरा विमान उतरायाची पदोपदी अपार झाल्या पुण्याच्या राशी सर्व ही तीर्थे घडली आम्हादी करुणी काशी धन्य धन्य हो प्रदक्षिणा सद्गुरुरायाची माझा श्री गुरुरायाची झाली त्वरा सुरवरा विमान तरायाची मृदंग ताल खोल भक्त भावाते गाती नाम संकीर्तने नित्यानंदे नाचते धन्य धन्य हो प्रदक्षिणा कोटि ब्रह्महत्या हरति करिता दंडवत लोटांगण घालिता मोक्ष लोळे पायांत धन्य धन्य हो प्रदक्षिणा सद्गुरुरायाची माझा झाली त्वरा सुरवरा विमान उतरायाची गुरुभजनाच्या महिमान कळे आगमनिगमासी अनुभवी जे जाणती ते गुरुपदीचे रहिवासी धन्य धन्य हो प्रदक्षिणा सद्गुरुरायाची माझा श्री गुरुरायाची प्रदक्षिणा करुणी देह भावे वाहिला श्रीरंगात्मज विठ्ठल पुढे उभा राहिला धन्य धन्य हो प्रदक्षिणा सद्गुरुरायाची माझा श्री गुरुरायाची झाली त्वरा सुरवरा विमान उतरायाची घालीन लोटांगण वंदीन चरण डोल्यानी पाहिन रूप तुझे प्रेमे अलिंगिन आनंदे पूजिन भावे वाळीन म्हणे नमा त्वमेव माता च पिता त्वमेव त्वमेव बन्धुश्च सखा त्वमेव त्वमेव विद्या द्रवणं त्वमेव त्वमेव सर्वं मम देव देव कायेन वाचा मनसेन्द्रिये वा हृदयात्मना वा प्रकृते स्वभावात् करोमि यद्यत् सकलं परस्मै नारायणायेति समर्पयामि अच्युतं केशवं रामनारायणं कृष्णदामोदरं श्रीवासुदेवं हरिं श्रीधरं माधवं गोपिकावल्लभं जानकीनायकं श्रीरामचन्द्रं भजे हरे राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे बुद्धा बुद्ध बुद्ध हरे 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 पप्पा 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 हरे 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 माता 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 हरे 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 स्वामी 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 हरे हरे सदा सर्वदा योग तुझा घडावा तुझे कारणी देह माझा पडावा उपेक्षू नको गुणवंता अनंता रघुनायका मागणी हेंची आता उपासनेला दृढ चालवावे भूदेव संतासी सदा लवावे सत्कर्मयोगे वय घालवावे सर्वामुखी मंगळ बोलवावे समर्थांची या सेवका वक्र पाहे असा सर्व भूमंडली कोण आहे जयाची लीला वर्णिती लोकतीनी उवेक्षी कदा रामदासा अभिमानी ज्या ज्या स्थळी है मन जाय माझे त्या त्या स्थळी है निज रूप तुझे मी ठेवितो मस्तक ज्या ठिकाणी थे तुझे सद्गुरु पाय दोनी हरि ओम सतो मा सद्गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्योर्मा अमृतं गमय हरि ओम् शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरि ओम् आनन्दकन्द सच्चिदानन्द पूर्ण ब्रह्म पुरुषोत्तम सब संतन पप्पा आई की जय 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 गुरुदेव समर्थ ओम श्री राम जय राम जय जय राम ओम श्री राम